Hey, what's up, party people? Welcome. Josh, looks like you're already here. Nice to see you. All right. So, why does it say I've been live for a minute? That doesn't seem right. Oh, well. Anyway, hang on. We need some mood lighting. Let's do some mood lighting. By the way, this is also going on Twitch. So, you can watch on YouTube or you can watch on Twitch. And then I'm going to send out notices here in a bit. So, for those watching this later, sorry, this is the boring part. But we are going to put on some mood lighting. Yeah. Wait for it. Wait for it. There we go. All right. What do we think? Should do like green? I'll have to set up the other one in a little while. All right. Do green for now. All right. Now then, let's let everybody know we're going live. I don't know. Have you guys told anybody in Discord yet? I'll throw something in the chat in Discord. My goodness. Okay. There are no boring parts. Oh, if only that were true. If only that were true. All right. Where do I get my share button? Sure. Okay. All right. Cool. There we go. Let's see. Lady Sweden is taking a break from Red Rising Saga to join. Oh, is she reading Red Rising? Emily, are you reading Red Rising right now, or where are you in this? All right. And Dana Luhu, welcome. This thing is a little messed up, isn't it? Oh, well. One thing about you've been podcasting for, let's see, I've been podcasting technically since 2009, and when you've been doing it that long, your equipment starts to just get old. It's just getting old. Morningstar, that's the new one, right? Confession time. I've never read any of Red Rising. A lot of people recommended it, but I just never got around to it. Okay. Oh boy. So I'm trying to. So I'm going to be streaming for a long time, and I decided I wanted to create like a hold screen type of deal. So if I have to go to the bathroom or something, I can just put on a hold screen, and it's exporting right now. It's exporting, and it came up, and it was like, oh, it's going to take 5 minutes to export this, and now it's 35 minutes, 38 minutes now. Okay, well, we'll see if I ever get a hold screen. If I don't get one, then I don't ever get to take a break. But that's how it goes. Hi, Dad. Oh, dear Lord. Please no. Yeah, a lot of people think I would really enjoy Red Rising. I'm sure I would. I have zero room on my schedule right now for Red Rising or much of anything else. But that is not a complaint because I'm doing some really fun stuff at the moment. So yeah, that's fine. Morningstar is the third, not the fifth. Oh, there's a fifth now. I knew the first one was out. I wasn't sure about a fourth. 230 pages today. That's impressive. One one thing that's always been a difficulty for me with the show is I'm such a slow reader. I am a very slow reader. I'm just deliberate, right? I don't read like at actual narration pace, like that's glacial. But no, 230 pages in a day. It's like I'm perfectly capable of doing that. It would just take a long time, and I'm not going to devote that kind of time to it. So that's pretty good. Am I jumping? Like, was it? It looks like I'm dropping some frames. I wonder if I'm taxing my my graphics card right now. I don't think I'm going to be able to use this hold screen. Dang it. Okay, we'll just cancel that. Cancel that. Cancel. Cancel. Okay, well, whatever. So congratulations on 4K subs. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yeah, if you guys are watching right now, then you're probably subscribed on YouTube, and I appreciate that. I want to build the YouTube channel for a few reasons. And I'll get to this question in just a moment, but I want to build the channel for a few reasons. And part of it, it's a bit like I watch professional StarCraft a lot. I've been playing StarCraft since it came out in 1998. I love StarCraft's favorite video game, and so I still watch a lot of professional stuff. And what happens with a lot of professional players when they retire, or they half retire, and they go into streaming, and they start streaming StarCraft content and other gaming content. But anyway, you ask them about it, and they'll say it's pretty simple. It's just the income from being a professional gamer it's pretty small for most games. It's pretty small, and it's irregular, right? You got to win, and you're not always winning, right? And so you don't really know how much you're going to make this year or that year. And so streaming turns out to be a more probably more profitable and definitely more consistent type of income. With the Legendarium, it's a little bit similar. Inconsistency isn't an issue necessarily, but it is a little bit. Anyway, going from the podcast, not from the podcast, leaving the podcast to go to YouTube, but including YouTube in that just kind of creates a more consistent potential for revenue stream with YouTube ads. And it takes a long time. Like I make almost nothing from the YouTube channel right now with 4,000 subscribers, but once you get up to 10,000, 20,000, and you're getting in the several thousands of views per video in the first couple days, that sort of thing. Once you start growing the channel like that, you can start seeing some more consistent revenue. So that's part of it. And also it's just more fun and dynamic sometimes to make video content. I wouldn't have thought about this 5 years ago, but after working on YouTube for years for the other channel, I kind of saw how fun it could be and interesting it could be to make video content. So hopefully you guys have enjoyed the stuff that I've made up to this point. I've got my own favorites, but I'd be interested to hear if you guys have any favorite videos that I've made. I had grand plans to make a ton more this year, but I'm glad that I made at least quite a few. So if your schedule is full, what are you reading? So I am I was supposed to read Terran Wanderer, the next Prydain book. We were going to actually record that today, but I didn't get to it. So I need to. I'll do it while we're here streaming. But I need to text Ryan and Kyle and let them know that I can't do the episode today. They should still come. I'll tell them you should still come. We'll like spin the wheel or something, make an episode. But I can't do that. So anyway, that's on my plate. And I'm also, I can't remember if I mentioned this on the show. I think I mentioned it on Discord at some point, but I signed on recently as a beta reader for Brandon Sanderson, which has been a ton of fun, but it is a lot of work. And then just this week, I started a beta read for Brent Weeks, doing his new Night Angel novel. So a lot of, and when you're doing a beta read, it's not the same as just reading a book. Obviously you got to read it, but like with the Brent one, it's a full beta, meaning that every chapter I've got to make comments and, be considerate of what I'm reading. And yeah, it gets to be a lot. So yeah, I've got a lot on my plate that way. Anyway, so yeah, I just have no time to add stuff to it. So let's see. Slow reader gang. Yeah, no, that's how I feel about it. I don't mind being a slow reader. I feel like I don't know how this is in comparison to other people who read fast, but I know that when I read fast, and I just don't. When I read fast, I lose a lot of the flavor of the book, where a lot of it is in the individual words, the turns of phrase, and if you're not giving your brain time to process those, I find that I feel like I'm missing out. So, okay. I would finish today if not for the live stream. Go read. Yeah, we'll be here. I'm going to be here for hours. Go read. We're going to be hanging out. All right. Yeah, people who read fast like Drew. It's crazy. By the way, I do want to get Drew on this stream at some point. We should hang out and have a chat. But Drew reads crazy fast. We both did a beta for Brandon a while ago, and the beta file gets sent out. Okay, everybody start reading, and then we're on Marco Polo, me and Drew, and so I'll get my Marco Polo, and he's on there saying like, it's 4 hours later, and he's like, I'm halfway done with the book. How's it going for you? And I'm like, F you, man. I haven't even started. Let's see. I was here at 4K before the channel hits 50K later in the near future. There you go. Exactly. Yeah, that's right. You heard it here first, folks. This channel is fine. Let's see. For me, it depends on the book. Okay, yeah, speed reading. Malazan, I can only read in shorter sittings. All right, should I let you guys in on the secret? This the stream crew. Okay, this is not something I've gone out and advertised. I was going to do a big surprise. Let's see, what month are we in? November. So it would have been back in, I want to say like May or June, maybe. Yeah, probably like May or June. I was down at my in-laws' house. We went down there for some reason or another. I can't remember exactly what it was, but I was down hanging out at my in-laws' house. And when I go down there, I've got nothing to do. Their TV setup is not great. They don't have, there's no gaming consoles. I don't have my library here. I have my laptop, but I don't have my dual monitor like editing bay to work on. So I can't work on anything. So when I go down there, it's often like, okay, what am I going to read? What can I like really crush? So I went down there in May, and my idea was I'm going to read Gardens of the Moon. And Ryan and I will do an episode on it. It's still probably going to happen. But my plan was to do it sooner. So I was like, I'm going to read Gardens of the Moon and it'll be great. And I was like, I've heard it's a tough book to get through. And so like, this will be perfect because I can really just buckle down and give it a shot. And I got, I want to say about a third of the way, maybe close to halfway through with Gardens of the Moon, and just petered out. It is largely incomprehensible in a lot of ways, not in every way. Like I was following the story okay, but like on a macro level, I was following things okay. But on a micro level, like his paragraphs and his sentences, like, it's the way he structures things. His prose style was so jarringly different that it just kind of like melted my brain for a while, and I petered out. I was enjoying it fine. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying I didn't like it. I just petered out, and so I'll need to pick it back up, and we'll need to do an episode. I wanted it to be more of a surprise for all the Malazan freaks out there, because I know you're out there. But it'll happen. Let's see. Hey, from Germany, Simon Kohler. Thank you very much. Let's see. Been listening to you for years now. Always great to find new insights on the books I read while listening to your discussions. I appreciate that. And that's, I'm shocked at how many people listen to this show. Like, truly shocked. Because in my mind, I listen to some podcasts where I'm like, okay, you've done research, you've written your script, you've got or if it's a discussion podcast, like you have all of these points laid out, everything you want to hit on the show. Like, oh man, look at all this preparation that goes into it. And we do preparation, but it's like, okay, you got to read the book. And then I'll sit down and say, okay, well, here are the broad strokes, here are the things that we need to make sure we hit, make sure we talk about this character or whatever. But the conversation is totally unplanned. And so when I listen to the show, I'm like, oh man, this is so just off the cuff. It's so casual, whatever. But apparently that's what people like. And so I appreciate that. When I talk to people about the show, like I just went to Brandon's convention and we had a booth there and I was talking to people about the show. And when you tell people, oh, it's like, it's like a book club. They're like, oh, okay, great, great. But when I tell people, um, most of us don't have a ton of opportunity in our day-to-day life to talk about these books that we love or the shows or whatever. Our friends aren't that into it. Our family members aren't into it. This is usually a pretty solitary endeavor. And so the show, I say the show is like having 4 friends in your living room talking about the book with you. That's what we try to make it feel like. So apparently that works. And that does seem to be more attractive to people when I talk about it that way. So I'm glad that it works out so well. Let's see. I want to finish Lightbringer in 2022. That was good. Oh shoot. I didn't confirm that. Oh wait, no, that's been confirmed. Yeah, no, that was on Twitter. Yeah. Shoot, you guys, you didn't hear that from me. Don't say anything. No Twitter. No Discord. Please don't say anything. I thought I was okay to say that, but maybe not. Please don't. Don't mention that. In fact, I might do a new stream so that I can delete this one. Okay, I don't know. I'm not sure. Yeah, please don't say that. Okay. Did you ever go to JordanCon? Did I ever go to JordanCon? Shoot, you guys, I feel really bad. I need to double check and see like if I feel a little sick right now because I'm not supposed to give stuff away, but I'm gonna check on this. Review. Okay, yeah, we're checking this out. Okay, how much trouble am I in? I'll get to this in a sec. JordanCon. Okay. This doc. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I know. Okay, I already signed the NDA. Now I want to see what the NDA said. Oh no. Okay. You guys. Okay. Well, I feel awful. Yeah. There are 11 of us here now, but yeah, I am streaming on Twitch as well. So I think there's a couple on Twitch. All right. Oh, thank God. Okay. I hope that's true. Because generally with I've only done a couple of betas now, but from those and from what I understand from others, generally it's okay to be like, hey, I'm doing this beta read. You just can't say like, and here's what's happening in the story. I'm not going to tell you what's happening in the story. But I remembered that I thought I remembered that he had mentioned working on that like months ago. So I might, but whatever. I'll just go. We're just moving on with our lives. Okay. Do you ever go to JordanCon? Yes, I've been twice. I went in 2019 and then last year. Wait, is it still this year? This time is a flat circle, so it was this year. So they skipped 2020 for COVID reasons. And then, yes, I went again last year. I will probably go again next year. But the first time I went, I took Ken. And then this year, I guess, this year it was me, Ryan, Stephanie, and Megan. And we all, both of those times, we all went on Patreon money, which, like, thank you everybody for that. Like, it's we don't get enough Patreon money for me to like really pay everybody. There's, it's like, hey, here's $10. Like that's not worth it. But it does let me save up for fun stuff like that. So it's like, well, I can't pay you for doing the podcast, but I can every once in a while do something big. And so it took a bunch of people to Atlanta, and that was all possible through Patreon. So yeah, we all went this year. Or I should say, the 4 of us went this year. If I go next year, I'll probably just go by myself. I mean, the others are welcome to go as well, but we're going to be doing our big event in Portland, and so I won't be able to pay for anybody else to go. So anyway, all right. My Spotify Wrapped was awesome. Should we look up my Spotify Wrapped? I wonder if we could. Basically, what it comes down to is I listened to a ton of Evanescence, a ton of like gaming EDM, and then there's a new Norwegian band that I found that are just astounding. This album they released last year was amazing. So, or was it this year? Time is a Flat Circle. Yeah, so it was a very simple Spotify Wrapped. But... all right. Oh, good. Weeks was on there. Did he? Can I do a flip? I can actually. Believe it or not, my fat ass can do a flip. So thanks for asking. Daniel's in the chat. Yeah, I don't know if Daniel's still here, but Daniel, you are welcome to come on. I'll throw a link your way if you want to come chat for a second. We'll just hang out. When I was a teenager, I took tumbling classes. And so, I learned how to do a backflip and all sorts of, whatever. Yeah, I can do lots of that stuff. But I am a little fatter now, so it's tougher and it hurts more. Let's see. Am I going this year? Okay, I think that was about JordanCon. So yeah, probably. Really, you found me because of Daniel. That's interesting. So was that like a guest appearance that I did on his channel? Because I've done a couple of those. Prove it. I will not prove it. I will not prove it. No. That's just a hard no. It's not happening. Padre Felipe, flip. You do a flip, Felipe. That's what I want. Okay, so, gosh. Let's see. What was I going to do? Okay, so what are we going to do in today's stream? Obviously, I can do the do the QA thing, and that's fun. I had some ideas. I do want to check in with Drew. I want to check in with Ryan and whatnot, and see who wants to join in on the stream. I also I've got the wheel of tangents is over here, so I can pull that over, and we can just we can make our own wheel of tangents topics on the spot, and then spin the wheel and see what we come up with. And then also, I thought it might be fun to do some writing exercises. Now that sounds boring, but one of my more popular, it's not super popular, but one of my more popular videos was the prose style, where we talked about Germanic versus Latinate words, especially, but also sentence length and that sort of thing. And I thought it might be fun to do writing exercises where we rewrite one author in the style of the other, and see kind of how things go that way. I thought that might be kind of fun. All right. So yeah, we've got some possibilities, but I think maybe the first thing we do is pull out the wheel of tangents and give that a shot. So let's see. I asked at Dragonsteel Minicon, oh, hey, Bart, nice to see you. Yeah, we met Bart the other day. Fantastic. Have the Legendarium crew considered covering sci-fi fantasy video games? I'd love to see the teams tackle Mass Effect Trilogy or Fire Emblem Three Houses. Interesting. Yeah, it's tricky. Video games are difficult to review in an audio format. I guess not necessarily more so than shows, but I've been a little afraid of it, just because I can't show like I could on a YouTube channel what we're talking about. But we have done a couple. I know we reviewed Breath of the Wild when that came out years ago. Gosh, has it been years already? My word. It's is that 6 years ago now? We reviewed Breath of the Wild when it came out. I know I've talked a lot about Horizon Zero Dawn. which is one of my all-time favorite video games now. So we've done a few things, but no, we've never done video games in a deliberate or systematic way. But that wouldn't be a bad idea. We did do a great episode, maybe a couple, but I think the first one was by far the best one, about why do video game movies always suck. And we brought on Adam Sherlock. Adam Sherlock is from the film school, Deep Dive Film School. So if you look up Deep Dive Film School, they've got a podcast. They do a YouTube channel, and that was such a fun episode. So anyway, I don't know. I'm open to it for sure. All right. Will Megan come with cookies and notes? I don't know. Is that for the meetup in Portland? Because yeah, she will. Oh, well, like on the stream. Will Megan come with cookies and notes on the stream? I bet she would. Somewhere around here. Hang on a second. Okay, check it out. Okay, this is Megan's notes. Okay, so let me just this is it. No back page. 1, 2, 2.5 dual column pages. So this is Rhythm of War parts 3 and 4. She's got who recorded, when they recorded, like when she cried, stuff that happened, getting into characters. Like, it's so detailed, and it's amazing because when you think about it, like, I should just turn the episodes over to Megan, right? Because we don't get to half the stuff that she writes down. But the nice thing about this is, like, if you're the type of person who loves taking notes like this, or like it finds it's effective, then even if we don't like deliberately get to every single point on here, like, just having written it down means that she is like informed and prepared, and she can like work these things into other points that we're talking about. That's why Megan is so good on the podcast. She had to take a break for a little while. Her life got pretty busy, so I don't think Megan has been on for a hot minute, but I'm looking forward to getting her back on, because yeah, she's amazing. Anyway, I saw this when we recorded this Rhythm of War episode. So this has been hanging out in the studio for like a year plus. But when I saw it, I said, Megan, can I keep those? And she said, yeah. Why? And I said, well, first of all, because it's amazing. And second of all, because in the back of my mind, I kind of have this idea that that one day I'll do a big giveaway, and that one of the prizes might be a sheaf of Megan's notes. So I don't know. I think that'd be kind of cool. That'd be a fun prize, right? You guys tell me, I guess. But I think that's cool. Hey, nice. I would love it if you brought cookies. All right. What I have a YouTube channel? What's the I guess I have a YouTube. You're probably talking about the video game reviews. Yeah, I do have a YouTube channel. But I should tell you, so I doubt Daniel's still here. Maybe he is, but he was here just a few moments ago. Daniel's channel has gone gangbusters over the last few years, and that's amazing. And you want to know why it's gone gangbusters? First of all, because he's really good. He is a fantastic presenter, speaker, editor. He's very good at what he does, and that's a huge part of the formula. But another huge part of the formula to getting your channel to really go big is frequency and consistency. And so Daniel has run his channel for I want to say 5 years now, maybe longer. And for the first couple of years, it was I upload a video here and there. When I read a book, I'll do a review, put it on there. And the quality that he had back then is not what he has now. But it was also sporadic. And when Daniel started being more consistent, and especially he started getting bigger, he was 80,000 subs, 100,000 subs, and maybe more than that. He quit his job and he went full time, and he was publishing every single day. Maybe not on weekends, but regardless, it's very nearly every single day, and that is going to kickstart a channel. So the reason I say that is that I think the quality of my videos generally is pretty good, with some exceptions, but the quality of the videos is good. It's the consistency and frequency. And that is really difficult for me to do because I run 3 channels. It's about to be 4 other YouTube channels. And so it's like every single day I'm making content and I'm making podcasts and I'm editing audiobooks and I'm, whatever else. And so it's a bit like the waitress who doesn't want to come home and make coffee for herself, like I don't when I have a day off, I don't think to myself, "Oh, finally I can go out and make a video." And so, unfortunately, because the Legendarium channel is still small, I it's hard for me to prioritize it because the return from it is so small. And when you're, in your mid 30s and you've got kids and like you've got to support life a little more than you did in your teens and 20s, it's harder to justify like putting in a ton of work for very little return. Anyway, that I know that sounds whiny, but my point is just like, yeah, it's tough for me to do what Daniel did a few years ago when he started getting big. If that makes any sense. All right, let's change our mood lighting here. What should we go with? We got blue. Blue. Oh, Daniel just published a new video. Wheel of Time animated shorts. I haven't even checked those out yet. I need to. We got teal. We could go. Oh, yeah. We go dark. Like could do a purple, kind of a violet. Okay. We go pink. Should we go pink? Let's do pink. I like that. That's good. That's good pink. All right. Cool. Playing Lego Lord of the Rings. I've got. I do have a stream set up. It's not set up for this particular stream, but I can do streaming from my PlayStation. All right. Horizon Zero Dawn is amazing. I've played through the entire thing like 3 times, I want to say. And I think the other one isn't quite out yet, and I refuse to get it until I can get a PS5. I will not play the new one until I can get a PS5. So, all right, you guys would like that prize. Let's get the mega notes for anybody who missed it. These are I was thinking about doing a giveaway for Megan's notes. This is 2.5 pages of very detailed notes on Rhythm of War. Fantastic. All right. Glorious locks. That's me. At some point, I'll put them up in a man bun just for you. All right. Fall 2019. Yeah, that sounds about right. Well, I guess that sounds about right. I met him summer of 2019 at Jordan Con. I think that was the first time I met Daniel. So yeah, that timeline seems about right. Daniel found it through Jack Butler. I'll have more to say about that in a second. You ever consider discussing some of the old pre-Tolkien fantasy literature up there, like George MacDonald's Fantasts and Lilith? Fantasts. Yeah. And Lilith. Yeah, definitely. We always have to balance okay, let me back up. Right now, let's see if I can tilt this down a little bit so I'm like more on the screen. Right now we are doing the Prydain Chronicles. And this is definitely one of those things where it's like we're doing this because we want to. I think I mentioned this on the show. I've probably mentioned it off the show a couple of times. But one of the reasons we did the Prydain Chronicles is because it's a childhood favorite of mine. I think they're still fantastic. Some childhood favorites don't hold up. Don't read Hatchet. Stuff like that. But some do. I think this one really does hold up. There's value to be gained from it. And so it's valuable to do on the show. But it was also like, this was comfort food for me, where I was really burned out. I didn't want to read anything. I was watching movies every night and not reading books. And so this was my attempt. We're actually going to do Brian McClellan. I picked up Promise of Blood, and there was absolutely nothing wrong with it. Well, I don't mean to say it's a perfect book, but my point is I didn't finish it. I barely got like 2 chapters in before I was just like, ugh, I can't do a giant doorstopper and a whole trilogy. And so I went to Ryan and I was like, can we just do Prydain? They're short books. I know them. I know I'm going to like them. And I think other people will like them too. Anyway, so these are like passion projects, but they're not, but nobody reads them anymore. That's it. This is not a, it doesn't help us grow our audience. It doesn't help us engage the people who are already listening to some degree. There are some of you who probably picked up the Prydain Chronicles because we read them, but I think most people who subscribe to our show, they kind of just look at what the episode is and they're like, I haven't read that, so they skip it, right? And so we have to always balance, like, is it going to be good for the show, and is it going to be good for us? And so my point with all this is, when it comes to something like George MacDonald, I would love to do George MacDonald for the show, but it's just, it wouldn't be very good for the show. I think it'd be good for me. and it's like, for people who are serious about understanding the historical roots of fantasy and all that stuff, like, yeah, it's important for them. So it's not a slight on the quality of the books at all or anything, but it's just like, yeah, nobody really reads them. It's not really going to be of interest. And I never want to go all the way that way. It's like, because then you're kind of just whoring yourself out in a way, or whatever the politer term would be. So I don't ever want to be like, well, if we're not going to get 20,000 downloads on this episode, then I don't want to do it. That's not, but we have to find a balance between the two things. And so Prydain is definitely skewed more toward just, I want to read it, and not it's good for the show. And so I kind of have to, okay, what's the next one going to be? And yeah, anyway, so yeah, no, I'll just leave that there. As far as Jack, though, I should say, Jack Butler. So for those of you unfamiliar, Jack Butler, I heard of him because he was he was a research assistant to a political writer that I quite enjoy, like an essayist, and they did a podcast, and Jack would appear on the podcast every so often, and he's a really quirky, weird, funny dude. And so as I was listening to that show at one point, Jack mentioned something about the Silmarillion, I think, or, some nerd topic. He talks about Dune a lot. Anyway, so I took a shot. I can't remember. I emailed him or I tweeted at him or something. And I just said, hey, Jack, you should come talk about fantasy books on our show. And he was like, all right, and great, let's do it. So he's, so Jack at the time had his little kind of cult following on this other podcast. And he has since now he's an editor at a magazine in New York, and all this stuff. Like, he's really taken off. He's been great. But anyway, point being, when Jack came on, he had a very, very niche cult following, but he wasn't like a big name, right? And we had Sanderson on, we had Veronica Roth on, we had, I'm forgetting some of the others, but we had some of these other bigger names on, especially within the community. And I don't know if I have ever heard someone tell me that they came to the show from those interviews, like from the author's shelf interviews. I don't think I've ever heard somebody say, oh yeah, Sanderson did, what's his name? We did The Truth by Discworld, Terry Pratchett. Yeah, Sanderson did the Terry Pratchett episode with you, and I came on because I heard that. Like, that never happens. But this, I found the Legendarium through Jack Butler, happens all the time. I can't tell you. It's amazing how many people got to us from there. So yeah, it's, I guess, I don't know, just a little uninteresting history note. Jack has been great. And he's a super nice guy. He's very generous with his time. So yeah, we love Jack around here. Okay, so hang on. I'm gonna go grab the Wheel of Tangents. Okay, so just a sec. All right. Here we go. I hate to say it, but this kind of has to happen at a certain point. All right. There. Now we're classy, right? All right. This is the Wheel of Tangents. If you've never seen it, there you go. Good call. Sorry, real quick. Fantastic on Project Gutenberg. Great. Unique book, huge personal influence on C.S. Lewis. A Jack cultist. Here, what? A member of the Butlerian Jihad. There you go. All right. So, can you guys are you able to rewind on a live stream? I've never tried. I do a ton of live streams, but I can't say that I watch a ton of live streams. So that's why this is so boring, because I don't watch them. Let's see, more author shelves. Yes. At the Sanderson Minicon, I talked to Brian McClellan. And I talked to, who is it that Sanderson does his writing excuses with? Writing excuses podcast. I just, for some reason, Dan Wells. Is that right? Dan Wells. Yeah. So I talked to both of them at the convention, and there's a good chance that we'll get both of them on at some point. So yes. Any new info about the meetup happening in the future? No, not yet. In fact, I still need to pay the deposit on the on the event hall, so I hope it's not gone yet. But I can do that tomorrow. Okay. I think I found the podcast from the Steven Erickson interview on Green Team. Oh, fantastic. Started reading the series, wanted to know what others thought of it. Oh, that's great. Yeah, Green Team is amazing. I know we've got a few Green Teamers here, so all right. That's really cool. You can rewind then catch it. Oh, great. Okay, so people can rewind and find where I potentially broke my NDA earlier. I don't think I did. I think I'm okay, but I still. Okay. Mary Robinette. I want to get her on as well. I just haven't been able to talk to her personally yet. So anyway, all right, guys, let's do some Wheel of Tangents. I need some topics. Okay, so where am I going to set that? Let's set that right here for a minute. Okay, let's do some topics. Here we go. Create. Okay, so I need 8 topics. What are we going to do? So go ahead and hit the comments with random tangential topics that you would want for us to chat about here. Let's see. Number 1. Oh gosh. Okay. Well, we've got some worst fantasy book. Let's see. Worst fantasy book you've read. Okay. All right. So let's see. Worst. Okay, yeah. 1. Worst fantasy book you've read. Okay, good one. 2. Let's do it this way. All right. I can see you guys are typing, but I can't really. Oh wait, yeah, I could keep track of it if I just do this. Okay. Yes. Yes. Okay. Got it. Okay. Oh, I lost it. Oh my gosh. Okay. 1. Worst fantasy book you've read. Okay, great. 2. Let's see what else you got. 2022. Let's see. Dream. Okay. Dream. That's a great dream Christmas gift. 3. I saw something else. What to expect in 2022. That's a good one. 4. Let's see what else you guys got. Next place to travel. Ooh, okay. I mean, there's an obvious answer, but we can go project further than that. So next place to travel. Let's see what else. Most anticipated releases in 2022. Ooh, I mean, I know what mine is already. Most anticipated 2022 release. All right. 6. Best fantasy religions. Ooh, interesting. Yeah, I do like that one. Best fantasy religions. Okay. Couple more. What else you guys got? You could rewrite a villain. Which one would you rewrite? Hey, I like that. If you could rewrite. Oh no. I'm running out of characters that I can use here. Okay. So I'm going to kind of abbreviate some of these. Okay. Okay, we've got a few more characters to work with for number 8. All right, so let's see if you guys got anything else. Fantasy superpower magic system, Brian. That's a good one. I do feel like I've beaten that one to death over the last few years, so we're gonna hold that one in reserve. I do like talking about it. I just feel like I've talked about it a lot. Dream nightmare franchise crossovers. Okay, so Simon, you've got a good one. Best platonic relationship in SFF. That's oh gosh, which one do I put on there? I only have room for one more. Superpower magic system, dream nightmare franchise crossover. So Bart, hold on to the crossovers one because I like that one, but I assume we're going to do a few of these Wheel of Tangents. So hold on to that one because I really like it. But I'm going to throw best platonic relationship. Okay. Whew. There we go. All right. So here we go. There's our ticker. Okay. So these are our possible subjects for spinning the wheel. So if I didn't add yours, best fictional mom, Megan's got to go. See you, Megan. I hope I was able to say that fast enough. Sometimes I don't see them very quick. Best, let's see, dream nightmare franchise crossovers. Yeah, keep those in your back pocket. Okay. And here's what we'll do. We'll just say like, okay, I'm gonna go back here and pretend that the microphone is our like the tip right there. The tip of the microphone is what we're using to to do this. All right, so we're ready to spin. Here we go. And number 3. Okay, so number 3. What is number 3? Okay, boy, I missed a lot of comments. Number 3 is what to expect in 2022. Oh, okay, great question. What to expect in 2022. Now, I assume you mean on the show. What to expect from the Legendarium in 2022. Okay, so every year or whatever, we kind of, it's not necessarily every year, but we do grow in spurts, and not necessarily grow, but just like kind of change and evolve in spurts. And so, we started as a like Lord of the Rings reading book club, right? So me and Ryan do the Lord of the Rings, and then the first big expansion was when Todd and Ken came on, and we branched out. We started doing like Mistborn and other books. Ryan had us do Belgariad in that era, and then we expanded again and added Kyle. We got Megan on the show. She came on for, I think it was Stormlight. What was it? Which one did she come on for? Oh yeah, she would come on for Words of Radiance. I think, was she on for Wave Kings? Anyway, so we add people, and that becomes kind of a new era. Wheel of Time was a major kind of like it's an inflection point for the podcast. Doing 14 books in 14 months, that's that was a big deal for us. So anyway, my point being, yeah, we have these iterations of what the show is, and etc. So 2020, I kind of started doing a few YouTube videos here and there, but it was this year, 2021, that I've done, I don't know, a dozen, a couple dozen tops. But that's been okay. So how are we going to grow what the Legendarium is? That's been a big part of it. And so next year, the big thing is going to be more events. We're doing this thing in Portland, and that's going to be a lot of fun, but I assume very, very small. And it's going to be, not only will it be small, but I think it'll be made up of mostly people who already know the show. So we'll probably have a couple dozen people there, I would assume. I'd love to get it up to 40, but yeah, whatever. But doing this kind of intimate event with people who already know the show and are familiar with us, it'll be more of a hangout than an event per se. But then I do want to get into more kind of public appearances, charitable stuff that we could do elsewhere. Go to this public library system and do a read along there with people, or whatever. I don't know, do something with high school kids, and talk about how to use sci-fi fantasy to score better on your AP English exam or whatever. I don't know, we could, there's all sorts of stuff, but point being, everything we do, or most everything we do, is from these four walls, and I want to get out a little bit more and make the Legendarium a little more of a face outside the studio. So yeah, that'll be good. I know we'll do Sanderson will do another convention next year, and we'll do that as well. So yeah, a lot of that kind of stuff. Anyway, that's kind of like the big thing for us as far as what we're going to be reading, because I want to build. I don't necessarily always want to replace things. And obviously the core of the show is what books are we reading, and what we are going to read in 2022. That's a great question. I know of a couple of things, but I'm sure there will be a lot of surprises in there as well, even for us. But when we're done with the Prydain Chronicles, I suggested to Ryan, and he seemed to be into the idea. I don't know exactly how it's going to be. Or how it's going to look in practice, but it should be good. After we're done with Prydain, we're going to do the Silmarillion. Finally, we've done a few chapters here and there, and it's been so much fun to kind of skip around a little bit. But we're going to do a full Silmarillion read through, much like we did with the Lord of the Rings. I don't know that we'll do 17 episodes, but it'll be much more of like a close to chapter by chapter read through. At least with me and Ryan. I don't know if anybody else will join us for it. And we're going to, but that's, that's a lot. The Silmarillion is, it's not a lot of text, but it's a lot of kind of meat to chew through, right? So that's going to take a while. Panda's saying you're going to read along for the Silmarillion. And that's part of why I want to do it. Part of it is kind of like with the Prydain Chronicles. It's a passion project. It's the thing that I love. and it keeps me going for the show. But we're going to intercut that. So instead of doing the Silmarillion every episode for 3 or 4 months or whatever it would be, we're going to intercut that with the opposite of the Silmarillion. Well, kind of. And that would be Joe Abercrombie. Starting in on names escape me. You guys, I'm awful with names. And even when it comes to series, I'm like, oh yeah, Brent Weeks wrote that thing that I really liked. What's it called? I don't know. Terrible with names. Anyway, Joe Abercrombie. So yeah, what I want to do is kind of alternate between those. We'll do a few chapters of the Silmarillion. We'll do, half a Joe Abercrombie book, something like that. So that's where things are going to go. The Blade itself. Yeah, I know the name of the book, but what's the series called? I'm sitting here looking at it and I can't remember. It's for love of First Law. Thank you. Gosh. First Law. Yeah. So as I understand it, there's a whole new set of those books out now, and Ryan has been really enjoying them. A lot of people have requested that we do Abercrombie, so we're going to do it. All right. So this is another topic that I was going to bring up. What's red team going to do? What's blue team going to do? We may recombine teams. When we split the teams, we did it partly because there were a ton of us who wanted to do the show. And I couldn't the conversations usually, depending on the subject, but usually a conversation is not very good once you get more than 4 people in the room. 3, I think, is the sweet spot. 3 people having a conversation is the best for us. 4 is really good, and then it drops off really quick after that. So we had 7 people who were doing the show. Let's see, we had me, Ryan, Todd, Ken, Megan, Kyle, and then Stephanie eventually as well. And my wife was doing a few shows, so 7.5. I mean, you know what I mean. She did a few shows here and there. Anyway, so we split it up because it was there's too many people, and we need a good way to do that, to get everybody in on the show every once in a while. But now at this point, lives go on, and like Megan, you'll notice, hasn't been on the show as much lately. Kyle hasn't been on the show as much lately. And it's not that they don't like doing the show. It's not like, I quit, this is stupid. But, life gets in the way, and you have other stuff that you need to accomplish. And so they'll be on probably less. And so I was talking to Ryan and Todd and Ken and said, hey, should we recombine teams and then just kind of work other people in as we go, as it makes sense? And I think we're going to do that. So yeah, probably the red team, blue team split is, I don't know if it's already kaput, but it's its days are numbered. So, all right, let's do another spin. Now that you've had your preview. Okay. All right, here we go. Yep. Okay. What's it going to point? We can't do 3 yet. No, I'm seeing number 2. All right. That's a number 2. Oh gosh. My desk is a little crowded. All right. Number 2. What do we got? Dream Christmas gift. I want to hear your dream Christmas gifts. Okay. Hit the comments. Let me know. Dream Christmas gift. Oh gosh. I got to think about this. Let's see. Dream Christmas gift. Okay. While I'm thinking about that, let's update our mood lighting. Because now with Bradster doing a purple icon, there's just too much purple around here. I guess I'm pink, but whatever. Let's do like a nice teal. Right? Yeah, there we go. New mood lighting. Okay. So, dream Christmas gift. Free picking from the Folio Society catalog. Not bad. The problem with this is I want to keep it realistic, right? So like the actual dream gift, if somebody gave me a present. I opened it up, and it was my gift was a full trilogy set of first edition signed Lord of the Rings. That'd be awesome. But that's, you're closing in on six figures with that, if not exceeding that. So that is not a reasonable Christmas gift. But what would a reasonable dream Christmas gift be? Oh boy. I don't know. You guys, this is the problem with I gratitude is very important to me. It's important to me that I be grateful for the things that I have, and I have so much. Like, and I don't know, that sounds cheesy and weird, but I have so much, and it's hard for me to be like, oh man, wouldn't it, my life would just be complete if I had X. So it's like, no, I've got so much, and it's wonderful. Port Ellen from 1986. Oh my gosh. Oh boy, that sounds delightful. All right. Let's see. Good whiskey. Yeah, I wouldn't say no to that. Okay. All right. My dream Christmas gift would be, it would be expensive, but as long as we're going for dream Christmas gift, it would be a better camera setup. So I've got really good microphones. I've got good lighting. I've got a great space here to record in. I have everything I want there. But the cameras that I record on are a couple generations old. They're a little bit. There are things about them that could be a lot better. And so if I had to choose, it may be like a let's look up Sony. Here we go. Yeah. You guys want to see my ultimate Christmas gift? Here we go. The Sony A7 III mirrorless camera. The lens, I wouldn't want a kit lens with it. I'd want maybe a better lens. Let's see, 20 millimeter. No, I don't want a 20 millimeter. I don't know, maybe a 50. 35 would be good. Anyway, point being, yeah, a good camera and lens combo would be an ideal Christmas gift. Okay, so what did you guys come up with for your ideal? Let's do that. For your ideal Christmas gift or dream Christmas gift. Let's see. Oh, okay, sorry, we're talking about Lord of the Rings here. Let's pull it up. Okay. Fellowship of the Ring signed first edition. Okay. And this is going to be hard to just do a Google search for, right? You got to know where you're going. No, that's baloney. Okay. So let's look. Okay. Okay. All right. So yeah, this is a great example. Okay. Let's pull up this page here. We've got The Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring, Two Towers, Return of the King, all three volumes by J.R.R. Tolkien, $3,500. Okay. So these are, let's see, down here it says 1966, first edition, later impressions, near fine. Okay, so these are 1966, 66, and 65. So keep in mind, The Lord of the Rings was first published in 54. Fellowship was 54. Am I getting that right? Yeah, I think it was 1954. So these are already printings that are more than a decade after that. And getting all three of those, $3,500, unsigned. Yeah, bound in publisher's original red cloth, stamped in gilt, etc., etc. There you go. Yeah, they're insane. So that's an unsigned later printing. Let's see what else we got. Okay, so this one, oh no, we don't want to do that one. Let's look at this one. Uh-huh. Okay, yeah, here's another one. Again, full set. It is the 1954 first edition. However, we're looking at the 13th, 10th, and 9th impressions of the first edition. 3 volumes, hardback. How much? You want $4,500. So yeah, this is again later impressions of the first edition, unsigned, and they're already going for the low 4 figures here. So yeah, then you get into like if you get to you take the later printings and you move further and further toward that first edition first printing, and the prices skyrocket. And then if you get it signed, if you have a signed full set of first printing first edition, forget about it. There are probably only a few of those even in existence. So 6 figures, that's easily 6 figures. Yeah. Anyway, but yeah, it's a decent question. But yeah, the Lord of the Rings, they didn't print a ton of them because of the paper shortage at the time. They didn't print thousands and thousands upon hundreds of thousands of copies. It was definitely a slow buildup for the Return of the King, or for the Lord of the Rings generally. $300 Amazon gift card. Who could say no to that, right? Or a Le Creuset Dutch oven. Nice. Ooh, Dutch oven. Peach cobbler, I assume, is on the menu. Better be. Signed armor or arms from Lord of the Rings, Excalibur, something of the like. Absolutely. Oh, that'd be cool. It'd be cool. I like if I could get like Anduril, Aragorn's sword from the Lord of the Rings. If I could get that sword, or even if it's a replica, and have Viggo Mortensen sign the blade, with like a felt pen or something, whatever. Just sign the blade and then get it etched, and then you can wash off the original signing, but you etch the signature onto the blade. That would be pretty cool. I would go for that. Oh man, okay, this is a great one. Bradster says, I would drop a lot of money on leather-bound Watt. I'm almost thankful there isn't. Last year getting all of Sanderson sucked me dry. Hey, I'm with you there, bud. Yeah, I have thought about, I've thought about it, but I've never seriously thought about it because the expense would be ridiculous. But you can go to a bookbinder and they tear off the cover and do a leather-bound edition for you, just with the pages that are already in there. So you could do this. This is a thing that you can make happen for yourself. But that would be a lot of money. So, did I miss an Abercrombie confirmation? Yes, you did. We are doing Abercrombie. It won't be immediately, but look for it pretty soon. Okay. Practical and more attainable. Yep, that's what I'm going for. Just got into whiskey and bourbon. Any Rex? Everybody's tastes are so individual. You can't there's no way to accurately predict for somebody what they're going to enjoy. So all I will say is go big first. You just got into it, so you're not about to get into it. Okay, well, so this, never mind. What I was going to say, some of you may already know this. I did some consulting work for a scotch company, and they were asking about fantasy stuff, and it's a long story. This marketing team needed to understand things about fantasy books and Dungeons and Dragons and all of this stuff. And so they found me through the podcast, and they called me up and said, hey, can we just basically throw a bunch of questions at you about fantasy and sci-fi and all this, Dungeons and Dragons? So I said, yeah, absolutely. And so I got on some very, very early morning calls with Scotland a few times, and And we had a lot of fun conversations. Todd and I played Dungeons and Dragons with like 5 Scottish ladies from this marketing department. It was a riot. But anyway, after I was done with what they needed me to do, they paid me a little bit, but really a very little bit. But they're like, can we send you some scotch? And I was like, yeah, sure. I'd never had scotch before. So they sent it out, and they were some very, very expensive bottles of scotch. I was like embarrassed when I looked them up. I was like, oh my gosh, what did you send me? And so I tried some of this, and it was Isla Scotch. So if you ever look at it, Islay, Isla Scotch, and it's very smoky, very peaty, and it's one of those flavors that a lot of people hate. And so I was looking up some of these things online, and people would be like, yeah, if you want to drink your campfire, then this is the scotch for you, 1 star. And I was like, okay, whatever. And I tried it. It was a smitten kitten, love at first sight. But it's a flavor that I know a lot of people don't care for. But I found it enchanting. And so, anyway, so that was like my intro. It was a very, very nice, very peaty scotch. And that was, that worked for me, but I don't assume it would work for a lot of people. So when it comes like a bourbon, what I would say is just don't start with the cheap crap, and then work your way up. I would say start really nice. Don't buy a bunch of it. Just buy one like really nice bottle, and then work your way down. If that makes sense. There you go. Let's see. Yeah, my new camera would be tax deductible. That's exactly right. Enter the dark web for signed Tolkien stuff. Yeah, right. Oh, interesting. Oh, so interesting. My dream Christmas gift would be all my books and ebooks as audiobooks. Oh, wow. Okay. I tend to go the opposite way. I'll try something on audiobook first, or ebook. And then if it's something that I know I'll want to reread, or like I suspect, maybe I'll want to give it to my kids or something, or I just want to archive it, then I'll buy it for my shelves. Tulibardine. Yeah, there you go. Nice. Yeah, this would be a good one. You don't need to buy like the best Glenmorangie out there, but get like a 12-year maybe, something like that. Yeah. All right. Okay, should we let's do another. Ardbeg is simply too smoky. That's what I tried. It was Ardbeg. Ardbeg sent me some crazy good scotch. It was not too smoky for me. So I was a smitten kitten. I went to whiskey cons. Let's see. David says can't stay long. So let's see. Before I spin the wheel again, we'll see what David has to say. Oh, studying for law school final. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Catching a real Legendarium live stream for once. Love the show. Listening to it has been a great way to de-stress. That's awesome. And I appreciate you popping in for a minute. Good luck on the law school final, or finals, I assume. Yeah, you said just the first one. It's a lot. And I'm sure you'll be fine. I mean, you made it into law school. You made it through. I don't know where you are in the process, but you're clearly capable, so you're going to be just fine. And don't stress too much about it. It's only your life and your career, whatever. No, good luck to you. I hope it goes well. I was highly encouraged at one point to become a lawyer, to go to law school, do something with that, just because it feeds, or I should say, my talents feed really easily into that career path. And I elected not to do it. And it would have been interesting. Like my life would look completely different if I had said yes and gone to law school. I'd probably be richer at this point. but my personality type wouldn't have allowed for me to be very happy in a law career. So I applaud those who do have the temperament to make it through that stuff and to make a good career out of it. So go you, honestly. All right. And then somebody else said they're Daniel's got a final tomorrow too. Oh boy. What are you studying, Daniel? Tell me what you're studying while I light up a bookstore candle. Got mahogany, leather, and coffee. Oh, delicious. Come on, you can do it. This candle has been a bit of a struggle lately. Okay. Yes. Okay. Oh, somebody texted me. Let's see if it's Ryan. Oh, okay, cool. Drew's doing some beta stuff. He says he might drop into the stream in about an hour. Cool. Yeah. So we'll get Drew on in a little while. Let's spin the wheel again. All right. Let's see. Doing computer science and cybersecurity. Oh man, that's awesome. Yeah, this is it's actually a thing. I just picked up a new client that I'm going to be doing some video production for, and he needed to create a contract, and I was like, I'm not gonna write your contract for you. It was like an identity release and indemnification and all that stuff, and so I'm not going to write it for you, but I'll review it because I did do a linguistics degree, which is it's pretty popular for pre-law because it kind of teaches you to be nitpicky and to it's not quite an editing degree. I minored in editing for a while, but anyway, but yeah, I can read a contract really well. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, there you go. If you intuitively know answers to the practice test, yeah, you're going to be just fine. No worries. Flannel. Okay. Does it smell like a lumberjack's? Never mind. That was indelicate. Okay. All right. Okay, real quick, I'll address this. Diego says getting into the rabbit hole of manga. It's a great medium with wonderful stories and fantastic world building. Any chance of seeing it on the podcast? Something like Berserk would be great to hear your thoughts on. It's unlikely. It's unlikely that we'll do manga on the show. And I want to be super clear about that. Just because we can't do everything, right? There's so much content out there. This is why, actually, okay, legendary and tangent time. People ask me a lot about like, oh, what was the best 2021 release that came out? And I'm like, I have no freaking idea, because we decided a long time ago we're not going to try to keep up with even new releases in our niche, which is fantasy and sci-fi novels, right? We're not going to try to keep up with the new releases. If it's somebody that we've been following a lot, if it's Brandon Sanderson, if Brent Weeks puts out something new, whatever, then yeah, we'll go ahead and read it when it comes out and do that. But we're not going to we're not going to try to keep up with the zeitgeist. And that's within our already existing niche. So something like manga, that's just like you said, you're opening up what you call the rabbit hole of manga. I can't even say it. It would just open up a massive portal for us, and we don't need to. But I'm sure it would be fun, and I'm sure there's some amazing stuff out there. But it's not something that historically has been in our wheelhouse, and so we're not going to add it to our wheelhouse. Does that make sense? I'm trying to be I'm trying to tell the truth as diplomatically as possible. We're not going to do it. I should say it's very unlikely that we're going to do it, and that's why. Not because manga isn't worthwhile. Did we do White Sand? I think we did the first collection of White Sand or whatever they call it. But there are 2 others and we never got to them. So we should. But met us at the Brandy Sandy Con. Hey, appreciate it. I'm glad you found us. We will be there again next year. Okay, the Falcon Punch username wins the day. Yeah, agreed. Okay, you're welcome. Yeah, glad to hear that answer worked. I know that a lot of times when my answer is no, I end up hurting feelings, and I don't want to do that. So, okay, here we go. Let's see. We've done, what was it, 2 and 3? I think we've done 2 and 3. So we're using our microphone as the pointer. Ah! Oh, that was a bad idea with the candle right there. Okay, hang on. My finger stopped it. Okay, what do we got? Number 5. We'll call it number 5. All right, what's number 5? And number 4, waiting for number 5. Anticipated 2022 release. What a great transition. I don't know what's coming out in 2022, with the exception of the authors that we already follow. So with that in mind, I am very excited to see, I mentioned earlier in the stream that I'm beta reading for both Brandon Sanderson and Brent Weeks right now. And I am really, really interested to see what the public reception is of the books that come out. But also, when you do a beta read, you read the book, you give your suggestions, you put in your input and say, I love this portion of it. Please keep that. You might want to tweak this. This character didn't quite work here. Whatever your suggestions are. And like with Sanderson, there are dozens of us giving these suggestions, and so tons of input for him to work with. But we don't get to read the final product until it comes out. And so we'll read it with the rest of you. So that's what I'm anticipating in 2022 is Sanderson and Weeks putting stuff out that I will have read and had some input on, just because it'll be fun for me to see, like, oh yeah, that was something that I suggested that he change and he changed it, or I suggested he change it and he didn't, gave me a big giant middle finger and told me I write better than you. And I was like, I know, thanks for writing better than me. So yeah, that's going to be a lot of fun, plus seeing everybody's reaction to them. So yeah, in that vein, Wax and Wayne 4 is going to be amazing to watch everybody read. It's like, I don't know, again, I don't know exactly what the finished product is going to look like, but I've read his draft of it, and you guys are in for it. It's tons of fun. So much fun. Lost Metal as Shadow of Lightning, in the Shadow of Lightning. So is that a continuation, or is that a new series that he's doing? I haven't kept track. I'll need to ask him about that. Elden Ring. Oh, is that a video game? Is 2022 is when the new, speaking of video games, it's when the new Horizon Zero Dawn sequel is coming out, right? So I'll be anticipating that for sure. Stephen Bowles' book Song of Steel is really up there too. Is that so? That's coming out next year. Okay. New series. Are you talking about the Song of Steel as a new series, or the Brian McClellan is a new series, in the Shadow of Lightning? All right. Cool. Yeah, those will be good ones. Let's see. Getting more texts. I want to make sure I don't miss anything incredibly important. Okay. All right. What else are you guys saying? Let's see. New author, Andrea Stewart. Andrea. It's always hard to tell, but we're going with Andrea. Andrea Stewart, called The Bone Shard War. Ooh, sounds rough. Third in her trilogy. So I'm excited. Oh, okay. Third in a trilogy. And if it's third in a trilogy, that's good, because that means she's finishing the trilogy. That's good. Oh boy. Oh yeah. Oh, okay. 2022 releases. I think Book of Boba Fett is actually this month, isn't it? So that's a 2021 release. 2022 releases. So yeah, for those of you who just popped in, we're talking about number 5 here on the bottom. Anticipated 2022 releases. Talked a little bit about books, but are we excited for the new Star Wars shows? I, you guys, I'm a huge Star Wars fan. I love Star Wars. I have since I was a kid, um, and well into my adulthood. But the sequel trilogy kind of broke me. It was um, like there's when you watch the prequel trilogy, it does have the benefit of some age now, and so it's easier to be a little more charitable, I think. But even with the prequel trilogy, it's bad. Don't get me wrong; these are not good movies, but they're not offensively bad. They're just bad movies. Um, and you can delight in making fun of them, and they have a lot of stuff to make fun of, but but they're just bad, and that's okay. That there's nothing wrong with that. The sequel trilogy, especially 2 and 3, or I should say 8 and 9. Number 7 was like it was well done. It was a lot of fun, and people can complain about it being a retread and all that, and I have answers for all that. But so you can caveat that and say like, oh, it's fine, but it's not a new movie, right? So, but when 8 and 9 kind of struck out on their own, especially The Last Jedi, but really both of them, honestly, they were so offensively bad. They did such violence to the Star Wars canon that it really turned me off for probably for a while. The Mandalorian has been good, has been very good even, but it's not. It hasn't it hasn't cured me of that particular problem. So am I looking forward to? Am I looking forward to the new Star Wars shows? I'll be interested to see if they're as good as the Mandalorian. But I'm not advent calendaring the coming of any new Star Wars shows. So how's that? I'm much more excited for now that I have been more excited for the Wheel of Time. Now I'm more excited for the Lord of the Rings to see what they do with that, if that's going to be any good. So there you go. Let's see. How's the Dresden read going? Well, we're getting off topic, but I guess this is about the Wheel of Tangents, isn't it? I got through book 3. They're fun, and that's where I'm at with it. I like these are books that they've been road trip books for me, and I haven't done much road tripping in a little while. And so I haven't gotten past 3. They're not books that I make a point to like, oh, okay, well, I have a free evening. I'll open up my Jim Butcher and read the next book. It's more like, I'm on the road, and I'm on the road for 8 hours, and this is an 8-hour audiobook. Perfect. Let's do it. So yeah, I just haven't done one of those long drives for a while. But when I do, I'll keep going with Dresden. Surprise nobody. Yeah, that's I feel like at this point, everything that should be said about those books and those authors and the anticipation of their books, everything that should be said has been said. Not just by us. I just mean like kind of generally speaking. Yeah, and to be honest, like I'm excited for Doors of Stone if it ever comes out. I don't have much of an emotional stake in Song of Ice and Fire. Like it and respect it, fine, but I don't have any emotional stake in it, and we haven't covered it on the show. So, but anyway, but with both of those, I will say I am so tired of awful people online being awful to those authors, and to people who aren't awful to them, if that makes sense. So it's like if you're online and you talk about one of these things and you exhibit charity and patience for these books, then people come after you. And I hate that. It's such BS. We'll call it BS. So that's why Doors of Stone is a sore subject for me. It's not because of the wait for the book anymore. Like, I've kind of gotten over it at this point. If we get it, we get it, and I'll be really glad if we do. I just hate the online discourse around them. So, although I did hear something interesting, I guess. Pat Rothfuss said that he was going to, like, if a certain amount of charity got raised for something, he was going to read the prologue and the first chapter or two of Doors of Stone. So that could be interesting. See if we get a little glimpse into that. Yeah, maybe. But Rogue One was better as a single movie than any or all of the new movies. Probably, but it was bad. I didn't like Rogue One very much for a few different reasons. I can't remember if I said this on the show when we talked about Rogue One, but the little octopus truth sucker thing. Okay, fine. So you want to have this bizarre alien that it like has truth serum stuff or whatever, but it's like, and I can't remember what the name of it was, but this whole thing about like, oh, and if it gets its tentacles on you, I'll learn the truth and you'll lose your mind. Nobody ever comes back from this, and they tentacle sucker this guy's memories out and learn the information that they want. And then the next scene, he's like a little bit dizzy, and then he's fine, and they go on with the story. And I was like, wait a minute, you just said that this was like a big deal if he was going to lose. No, not losing his mind. Okay, I guess we're just going on. So that there were a couple things along those lines. There's the moment when R2D2 and C3PO just randomly show up for absolutely no reason and have like a 60-second scene in the middle of the movie. And the whole purpose of it was, I clapped when I saw things I know. That drove me nuts. So I had a rough time with Rogue One for a few reasons. The Darth Vader scene at the end, like there are things. So, all right. I don't know if I feel the same as Drew about Susan. I don't know what Drew thinks about Susan. I do know that Drew does not like Dresden as much as I am liking Dresden. Like I said, I'm only 3 books in. I think he's like 12 books at least. I think they just recorded another episode last night. And so do I feel the same as Drew about Susan? I don't know. But I don't, like, I'm enjoying them. So, and I know Drew isn't. So. Yeah, turning pretty toxic. Yeah, that's the thing is like, if you've if you've ever wondered, by the way, this is actually this is a little tangent, so I'll just go off on this for a second. If you've ever wondered why the Legendarium isn't just like mega huge, like we're a sizable podcast, especially in this particular corner of the internet, like no complaints there, but we probably could be a lot bigger. And part of the reason we're not is because compared to, let's see, what was it? Somebody said compared. Yeah, it was you, Brad. Join the Legendarium Discord. Great interactions with TLP fans. Yeah. And then you leave that Discord and you go talk with sci-fi fantasy fans elsewhere. And like, it could even be potentially the same people, but just like the community, the way interactions are built up and the way they happen, is like seriously painful to watch. Toxic is a great word for it. And so anyway, so I guess my point being, we could probably grow bigger if we went out and participated more as a podcast in the broader sci-fi fantasy community, but it gets so toxic so quick that I'm just like, I don't want to play around in those sandboxes very much. So anyway, shallow imitation or shallow subversion. That's fair. Um, Newsday. Hey, that's a good point. That's a good point. So this happens with if you ever listen to, like, you have a favorite band or favorite musical artist, or if we want to stick with movies, Quentin Tarantino would be a pretty good example of this, where I want to say it was Django Unchained. And then like the Hateful Eight would work with this, but if you're familiar with these, if you're not, it doesn't matter. The point still stands. I think you'll understand what I'm saying. But like, take Django Unchained, for instance. It's a good movie. Don't get me wrong. It is a very good movie. But at a certain point, you're watching it. Oh, Inglourious Bastards was, I think, the first time I really kind of thought this, where you're watching it and it's clear that it's not just Quentin Tarantino trying to make a movie. It's Quentin Tarantino trying to make a Quentin Tarantino movie. And it becomes self-parody at a certain point. Like, this is what people like, and so I'm going to really dive into that and hit it hard, instead of like being creative and coming up with something new. So bands do this all the time, where somebody will be just this breath of fresh air, and then by the third, fourth, fifth album, it's like, yeah, you're just doing yourself. You're doing an impression of yourself at this point. You're not pushing yourself or whatever. And so I think this is a really good point. Lucas was, and there's a lot to be said about it was saved in editing, and he wasn't much of a directing genius, and that's all fine. But yeah, the point still stands, whether it's Kurosawa, Campbell, Flash Gordon, for heaven's sake, whatever. He was pulling on genuine inspirations, that were not himself, whereas new Star Wars is just recycled old Star Wars. That's a good point. They're not really incorporating much else. All right. I think we need to spin the wheel. Oh, you can. No, I did not like the Darth Vader scene at the end. It was no, I didn't like it, and I will not take it back. Okay. This is why, this is why a lot of people like Beck. If you ever listen to Beck, it's you throw any Beck album out there, and it's like, what's the genre? Good question. The genre is that album by Beck, and it's its own genre. Like, Beck is a very, very, very interesting guy to listen to that way. All right. I'm being told in no uncertain terms, it's time to spin the wheel. All right. Here we go. Let's see if I can do this. It's weird to spin this vertically. All right. Okay. This one. No, we've done 3. Let's see what else we can get. That's a number 8. Okay. That's 8. So, best platonic sci-fi fantasy relationship. I don't remember who asked this, but it's a great question. All right. Let's see. I'm just waiting for it to scroll. Where are you? There we go. Best platonic sci-fi fantasy relationship. All right. Why did I liked this question so much? Because it made me think of something in particular. Oh, yeah. Okay. The obvious answer is Frodo Sam. And I'm sorry to all the people who love shipping Frodo and Sam. That's fine. Do your headcanon, whatever. But as presented in the book, it is a platonic friendship, and it's the obvious answer here, right? So we could talk about that. But this is my current answer, I think. And it's you guys are putting some good ones out there. I'll get to other things, but I was I was just thinking about this because of the show. We could talk about it in the books. Of course, we don't want to get spoilery, but Lan and Moraine in the books, it's a very interesting dynamic that they have. But I think it is the dynamic is explored a little bit more in the show so far. And so I've been watching it with my wife, not a Wheel of Time book reader by any stretch. You know what? It's time. My throat is starting to get a little scratchy. So don't judge me for my drink of choice, okay? Just something. Um, anyway, so there's the scene in the first episode when Lan climbs in the bath with Moraine. Um, and after we finished the episode, or it might have been during a different scene at some point, my wife was saying like, so they're like together, right? This is they're in a relationship, and I was like, no, they're not. What do you mean? They're taking baths together. They're like kind of. Oh, he gets drunk. I think is in episode 4. He drinks a little bit, and so she gets emotional, and so she's like holding his hand, singing his praises, and that sort of thing. And I really like that they included that stuff in a platonic relationship in the show. Just because like I'm not saying you should take baths with all your friends. That's not what I'm saying. But like just the idea that not every relationship, even between a man and a woman, presumably in the show they're both heterosexual. If Moraine has any sexuality at all in the show, I don't know. I guess we'll see. But the idea that if you're going to have a relationship between a man and a woman on a show or in a book, then it must have a sexual dynamic. And it's like, well, maybe they've just been together and they've been friends for so long that they're past that. They're not worried about that. And I love that concept. I love how they're handling it so far in the show. So call me crazy. For those of you who just joined, we're talking about best platonic sci-fi fantasy relationships. Let's see. Jean and Locke from Gentlemen Bastards. Yes, absolutely. Remind me what Jean's last name is. Does he have one? And like, what are their full names? Because I remember there was something fun about their names, but basically, like, it's fun that it's John Locke. I don't know how much sway that holds for who am I thinking of? He's actually a patron, believe it or not. He's a patron of the show. Scott Lynch. Yeah, Scott Lynch. Anyway, yeah, I don't know if John Locke is a big influence for Scott Lynch, but yeah, that's a fantastic relationship. I really like them so far. Spinning the wheel. It's giving me nostalgia from college. There's a wheel of shots, and when you spun it, you had to take whatever it landed on. We're not going to be doing that because it's a quarter to noon. So, but sounds fun. Legolas and Gimli is good. That one, yeah, that one's cool. Sorry, I feel like I have a hair on my nose somewhere. Something's itching. Legolas and Gimli, they kind of like that relationship builds up over a lot of time in the book, and there's no like it's not integral to the plot in any way that I can tell or that I can remember. But it is nice to see. It's nice to see them kind of overcoming their prejudices and becoming friends, and then you get to see little glimpses of it in the appendices. Yeah, that's a great example. Ooh, Achilles and Patroclus. Yeah, that's a good one. Ooh, I like that. Leto the Second and Moneo. All right. Let's see. Yeah, it is explored more in the show for sure. Let's see. I have to look it up, but I'm pretty sure Jean does not have the E on the end, but I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure. Let's see. Oh boy, you guys have been chatting a lot, and I'm falling behind. I apologize. Let's see. So Brian says, "Can I just say one thing for all the nerds? Cowboy Bebop is actually a really fun and good show. I need to check that out." Let's see. We're taking a bath together with all members of the show. We could do Hot Tub Legendarium. Um, Hot Tub Legendarium would be a riot, I'm sure, and not great for the microphones. Okay. Oh my gosh, you guys, I'm falling so far behind. Let's see. So I apologize if I'm missing some of what you guys are saying. Okay. Ash and Pikachu, nice. Craig and Ryan, there you go. Hey, you don't know how you don't not never mind. All right. So we'll spin a couple times. I think at this point we're at the point in the wheel of tangents process where it almost makes more sense to just pick one that we haven't done yet. All right, let's see if we can come up with one that we haven't done. What was that? Number 1, worst fantasy book. The worst fantasy book. All right, that worked out. The worst fantasy book. I wonder if I can actually. Here we go. Worst fantasy book. I got to get better at this so that when people pop in, they know what we're talking about. All right, worst fantasy book. Oh, worst fantasy book. I bet a lot of people are going to say, was it Wizard's First Rule, or something in that series? But I actually never got around to reading it. So let's see what else. I'm looking around on my shelf. I mostly have really good books, so so I don't know if I'm going to find a great example. Oh well. Okay, I think I've got an answer. Okay. So this is a tricky one. And this is why it's a tricky one. Brian says, I can guarantee the worst isn't anything you've read. Exactly. Okay. So we have to kind of tweak this. We have to tweak this question a little bit. Okay. So the worst fantasy book, like, it's like saying, what's the, I don't know, who's the worst person in history? Who's the most beautiful person in the world? There's always another example of somebody who's worse or better or whatever. So that's a tough one to do. So worst fantasy book, we have to tweak it probably to be like worst thing that a lot of people have read, or I don't know, worst popular thing. So for instance, like we could, I think it would be pretty easy for me to say, like, if you really narrowed it down, like what's the worst Brandon Sanderson book? Easy. Calamity. Like, okay, done. Move on. But when you broaden it out, if you broaden it out too much, it becomes impossible to decide. So let's just say, what's the worst fantasy book that I've ever read? Or, I want to hear what you guys say. What's the worst one that you've ever read? Okay, so let's see. Yeah, there you go. By an otherwise good author, maybe. Let's see. 90% of lit RPG. Wait, SOT. Sword of Truth. Sheer Determination. Oh, you finished the whole thing. Oh my gosh. It's amazing. Crossroads of Twilight. Okay. I dislike Path of Daggers more. Yeah, Crossroads of Twilight. Boy, yeah. We've said a lot about that already. So, Sarah J. Maas. Oh, interesting. Crown of Midnight. One of the few books I didn't finish and don't plan on finishing. Interesting. Okay. Ooh, what's the word? Tolkien book. Now we're getting somewhere. The Darkest Darkness. Oh my. Okay. Worse on the reread. Okay, so actually, I will address Crossroads of Twilight real quick, and then we'll get to some other answers that I have. I know I've told this story on the show, but I first started reading The Wheel of Time in audiobook format in 2012. Yeah, it would have been 2012. I was living in Seattle and had no kids yet at this point. But I did have a pregnant wife at home, but we had no kids yet. And so I had the freedom to bike commute. And I worked at a bank a few towns away. And so in the morning I would get up, I would put my bike on the bus to work, and then I would bike home. And it was about, I don't know, 17, 18 miles. It was a pretty good ride. So it would take me an hour to get home. And it was, and so I was kind of staring down the barrel of this hour-long bike commute. And I was like, what am I gonna do? I should read something, or, listen to some audiobooks. That'd be a good way to use my time. And Wheel of Time came up. This is something my cousins had tried to get me to read it when I was a kid. I'd never gotten around to it, but I looked at the running time, and the first book is like 40 hours long, and they get up into the 50s, and I was like, perfect, because I've got a lot of biking to do. And so I listened for months. I did the Wheel of Time during my bike commute, and I got to the 10th book, and it is boring compared to the other books, and like poorly structured in some ways compared to the other books. But that, in conjunction with the fact that I had been listening to Michael Kramer and Kate Redding every day for, an hour, 2 hours a day, basically at that point I went ear blind to them, and I couldn't hear their voices anymore. I couldn't process their voices anymore. And so combine that with the natural gifts of Crossroads of Twilight, and it was I got halfway through the book and realized I had retained literally nothing from listening to it. I stopped at some point, and I was like, oh my gosh, wait, what happened in this book? I paused, and I thought, what happened? No, that was the end of the last book. What happened? No, that was the middle of the last book. I had no recollection. So I restarted it, and the exact same thing happened. No recollection. So I stopped reading Wheel of Time until Ryan and I picked it back up for the show. Anyway, yeah, that was a rough one. All right. Similarly, but worse is Inheritance, Christopher Paolini, the fourth book in the Aragon, whatever, is it the Inheritance cycle? I think the fourth book is called Inheritance, right? I have tried 3 times to read that book, and I get halfway through, and it's not like I'm throwing it down in disgust or anything, but I can't finish it. Just can't do it. It just, at some point, my brain just shuts off and is like, you don't care about this. And I'm like, you're right, brain. I don't care about this. So I stopped reading it. And yeah, and I don't know that I ever will. I kind of think we should do it on the show at some point. We should do the Inheritance cycle, but it's low on the totem pole at this point. Let's see. Okay. Ooh, To Sleep in a Sea of Stars. Oh boy. Need to remember who wrote that. Oh yeah, that was Paolini as well. I have not read it. Wow. What is this? Oh, okay. It was listed on Google, on the Google search results. It was listed for $1,000. I was wondering what that was. Okay. But so the worst book I have ever read, and I did not finish this book, and I will not tell you the name of this book or who it is by. I will not. So you can ask all you want, but I'm not going to do it. Because it is somebody I know, and this person sent me a book, and said, hey, you should do this on your show. And I read the first couple of chapters, and I just kind of put this person off. I never said this to them, but I was like, you do not want us to do this on our show. Absolutely not. So, I'm debating whether to read you a portion. You can see I got some of this highlighted because it was so horrendously edited, that and written. I mean, ultimately it's the writer's fault, but an editor should be helping out, and it's clear that this person had no editor. I'm debating whether to read you some of this but if I do, I'm afraid you might be able to identify the book, and I really don't want, like, I'm not out to make any enemies, but I might do it anyway, just because it's it's so good. It's so good. Let's see. Don't do it. Skip. Don't do it. Pass. Okay, I won't read it. I won't read it. It's not a book that you've read. Don't worry. It's like, this is not some book by a popular author, but it's a yeah. It was so bad that we would have had a ton of fun tearing it apart on the show, and I would have felt guilty about it for the rest of my life. Just yeah, yeah. Okay, cool. Let's move on. Let's not talk about that anymore. Let's see, get rid of that. Okay. I have read, like, when Drew and I sit in this studio every once in a while, and we're just drinking and reminiscing and whatnot, and I'll pull that out and we'll read passages from that book and just howl with laughter. Okay. Oh, if Brandon Sanderson says this is the worst. Oh, I think I looked this up at some point. The Fifth Sorceress, because this is like an older one, isn't it? This one came out 2002. Okay, so not very old, but oh, interesting that Brandon would actually say that. Oh, that's funny. The Fifth Sorceress. Here, I'll show you guys what I'm looking at and why I'm laughing. I get, so sometimes people love getting on and looking at 1-star reviews. Oh, actually, that's something we could do on today's stream. But people love looking at 1-star reviews and laughing at those. Because I'm a marketing writer, and I kind of, it's a world that I understand. I love reading the marketing copy for a book. So let's click in here for Amazon.com. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So here's this is the marketing writing. It's possible that Robert Newcomb wrote this himself, or maybe somebody at the publisher wrote this. Robert Newcomb conjures a time and place. Oh, it's probably hard to see, isn't it? Conjures a time and place wrought with exquisite detail, characters vividly drawn and deeply felt, and a history rich in glory and horror, splendor and secrets. And and I'm gonna guess, if Brandon says that it's the worst book he's ever read, then I'm guessing that's not true. So yeah, that's what I get a kick out of more than anything. Oh boy, we could try the Fifth Sorceress. Yeah, I don't mind sharing a negative opinion if I have it, but I always want to be diplomatic about it. If I've read a book, so like a great example would be, I do still feel a little bit bad for how we came after Assassin's Apprentice, Robin Hobb, where I don't think we were diplomatic enough about it. We read the first book and we were so like confused, and like we misunderstood what she was going for. Is just like so much for an assassin story, that kind of thing. And when we did that episode, I don't have any problem saying I didn't like this for this and this and this reason, but there were things about the book that I liked. And we did the episode where I came out of the gate, we all came out of the gate just like complaining. And then we finished up the episode saying, but, consider this and that and the other. We should have flipped that and said, here's why the book works. Here are the things that we like. And then at the end of it goes, but ultimately the book didn't work for us for this and that reason. So yeah, that's always the struggle when we're talking about books that we don't particularly care for. Let's see. Go get fresh air. Yeah, absolutely. Let's see. Is this the one where the main character is good with knives? Isn't that like every fantasy book ever? Yeah, too much negativity. Yeah, exactly. I just don't like to wallow. I play an a-hole on the podcast sometimes, but I try not to be one in real life. So, yeah, negativity. It's like if there's something negative to be said, you can say it, but you don't have to be a jerk about it. So, all right. So, okay, should we spin? I think. What do we have? Like 3 more, maybe, to get through. We'll see what else we got. Okay, what do we even have? This isn't going to work. Should we just move on to? Oh, that'll work. Okay, number 7. What was it? Rewrite a fantasy villain. Oh, that's fantastic. Knife throwing. I haven't read it, so I don't know how true that is. But if that's true, that's amazing. That's okay. Number 7. Rewrite a sci-fi fantasy villain. Okay. So here's a question for you before we get started on this particular topic. Should it be rewrite an SFF villain, or should I be writing a SFF because you're saying sci-fi fantasy in your head? Rewrite a sci-fi fantasy villain. I don't know. I've always struggled with this one. I am a professional editor, for God's sake, and I've never been able to figure out which one it should be. But for now, we're going with an SFF villain. Oh boy. Oh, Brian says a sci-fi fantasy. Well, anyway, there's no way to come to a right answer on this, so we just won't. All right. So rewrite an SFF villain. Okay, we need some candidates here. So what do you guys think? Oh, see, yeah, again, this is secondhand though. So you haven't read the book, I haven't read the book, so we'd have to read the book. But yeah, I have heard this before. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. Okay, we're gonna new Google Doc. All right, let's do a Google Doc. Here we go. How's that? Rewrite SFF villain. Okay, so that's what we'll do here. We'll blow this up a little bit, see if we can get to, let's see, 125 at least, maybe 150. Yeah, there we go. That's a little better. All right. So I need some candidates. Who are we going to talk about? Khan from Star Trek. Okay. All right. I'll bite on that. I can't copy and paste that, unfortunately. Or can I? Yeah. Oh well. Han. A brutal, honorable man struggling against. Oops. Oh, you're doing the rewrite. Okay. Decadence. Inhuman values. Okay, that's a good one. Ooh, Shafa might be a good one. Okay. I'm doing the wrong screen here. All right, Shafa. Okay. Forsaken. Let's. Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll think about that. The Forsaken. We should label Shafa. Oops. Broken Earth. Star Trek. Okay, we got Forsaken. Who else we got? Darth Maul. There we go. Darth. Oh, whoops. Darth Maul. I was kind of combining things there. Star Wars. Great. Green Goblin. I don't know enough about the Green Goblin. I don't know enough about Khan, honestly. Green Goblin. That's Spider-Man. Spider-Man. Voldemort, obviously. Okay, all right. Voldemort. Harry Potter. Obviously. Lord Moldybutt. I did read way back when I was a missionary living in France. Somebody had a copy on their bookshelf of a parody book called Barry Trotter, and I only read a couple chapters of it because we weren't there for very long, but it was very funny. Make Lanfear ugly. Let's see. Which includes some of the ones from Lightbringer. J.K. Rowling. Okay. Sauron. Yeah, we can do Sauron. Yeah, we do Sauron. Let's do Sauron from Lord of the Rings. All right. I don't even know what Billy and Mandy is, if I'm being honest. Okay. So, okay, we got a lot. We're not going to do all these, but this might be a good one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, whatever. Sauron's boss, Melkor. Yeah, okay. We'll do Sauron, and we'll do just so that we round out our 8 here. Lord of the Rings. Okay. Let's see which one should we do. Where does it stop? Number 2, Shafa, Broken Earth. Okay, let's rewrite a fantasy villain. Let's give us space here. Oh, come on. Okay. So, what is he, and what could he be? All right. So, Shafa is, let's see. So, let's see. Shafa is, brutal. That's it. I'm borrowing that one from Khan. Okay, guys, tell me what else Shafa is. Shafa is Shafa cold? He's brutal, but he doesn't. I don't know if cold quite fits. Because like it's kind of the weird sick way that she writes him is that he cares and he thinks that he's doing what he does because he cares, right? So I don't know if cold is the right word. How else would we describe Shafa? Like what is he? I don't know. What do you guys think? Should we look him up? He's controlling. I know that. Let's see. Controlling. Okay. Well, what else? Okay, we're gonna look up Shafa. Earth. Oh, there's a C in there. I'm sorry. It's Shafa. Okay, my bad. All right. Manipulative, determined. Ooh, I like that. Determined. Okay. Manipulative. Okay. So, but you know what? He's not just controlling, he's also controlled. I don't want to give away too much. Okay, so we're just gonna leave that there. Okay, so I won't get too much into that, but he's controlled also. Abuser, oppressor, abuser. Yeah, I like that. Okay, abuser, oppressor. All right. So if we're gonna rewrite a villain, do we want to rewrite Shafa to be a good guy, or do we want to write a better bad guy? I don't know. Or a better bad guy, a different bad guy. Do we want him to be a good guy or a different bad guy? Let me know what you think. Okay, so what could Shafa be? Let me know what you want him to be. Let's see. Oh boy, the Broken Earth wiki is not very extensive. It turns out. All right. Yeah, part of the problem with talking about Broken Earth is that like finding any good characters in that book is it's a dicey prospect. Okay. Oh, you want me to make him even worse? She says, make him even worse. Um, could be forthright. I don't know. I don't know. That's would that fit with Shafa? He definitely doesn't. I don't think so because he hides a lot. Okay, this is good. Loves puppies. Okay. Okay. So, but we want. Okay, but we want to make him even worse. Okay, so loves puppies. We can work that in. Okay, so we're gonna we're gonna work in loves puppies. Okay. What like okay, what if we want the ultimate bad guy? I think manipulative we got to keep. Okay. Manipulative loves puppies is manipulative, sure. Controlling we keep, but I think we take out brutal. And my strike through doesn't work right now, so we're just going to take out brutal that way. Just because many of the best villains I think that we come across are not overtly brutal. They're more insidious. So let's see, manipulative, abuser, oppressor. So, and this one, the tough one with this one is it's the idea, even the very concept of an oppressor is often up for interpretation, like based on how one sees a certain situation. Now, don't get me wrong. Don't read too much into that. I'm just saying it's a much it's a much hairier concept than something like an abuser. He is an abuser. But how would those fit if we rewrote him? I think I'd want to keep him as an abuser. But let's see. Let's see. Oh yeah. So this is good. Leave controlled. Or I was going to say cross it out, because I think that's a good point. Let's take controlled out, because yeah, we want it to be his own choice. That's always scarier. No, never mind. I'll just leave it for now. Yeah, okay. This is actually, yeah, this is what I was gonna kind of along the lines of what I was gonna say. He needs a logical to him reason for his actions. That way we see that he's not random with his cruelty, and that can be even scarier. Exactly. Yeah. On the Wheel of Time show, actually, if you guys are watching the Wheel of Time show, what's his name? Is it Bayar who's doing they made him a questioner in the show. Like he's terrifying because he's clearly sane. Like it's easy for us to be like, oh, that he's obviously insane because he does such horrible things. But no, like he's clearly sane. He knows exactly what he's doing, and that makes him terrifying. So yeah. Controlling, abuser, determined. Yeah, I mean, determined would stay. Let's see. Okay, that's everything we got there. Craig is an authoritarian, confirmed. Yeah, well, what can I say? That's let's see. Okay. Ooh. Interesting. This is exactly what I was just thinking of from Daniel. It is not enough that dogs succeed, cats must also fail. There's your villain right there. Okay. So let's see. But now the question is, how are we going to work loves puppies in there? I know. So let's do it this way. We'll add an extra line and say we're going to work puppies in this way. Loves and collects puppies, but is so evil. Oh, whoops! I didn't mean to save a screenshot. Oh well. But is so evil he will kill puppies in object lessons for his charges. So this would be like he's an abuser, but I'm not going to spoil too much. This is in the beginning of the first book of Broken Earth, so don't worry. But he has a new charge, this young girl who he saves from being killed in this village for her magical abilities. And he's taking her to the Broken Earth equivalent of the White Tower, right, to learn to harness her magical abilities. And on the road there, he breaks her hand. This little girl, she's, I can't remember, like 8, 10 years old, something like that. And he grabs her hand and squeezes it until all the bones in her hand break. And it's the most brutal scene. It's horribly upsetting, awful. But that's like a direct form of violence where I would want to take my villain and make him an abuser in a more psychological way. Not that isn't, but you know what I mean. And so he loves puppies and he loves giving puppies to others so that when they love the puppies too, he kills them. And that's his new version of breaking their hand, right? So there you go. He covets puppies. Oh boy. Oh goodness gracious. This is awful. For energy transfer, like to power his magic, he sucks the life out of puppies, but then he doesn't love the puppies. I don't know. This is all getting really hairy. This is the weirdest thing. Oh, that's funny. You'll notice we went from like 17 viewers down to 12. People are like, "Why are you talking about killing puppies?" Yeah, we'll be done talking about killing puppies. That's hilarious. Oh boy. All right, let's get rid of that. That's hilarious. Should we do another? I don't know about doing another villain. Could we rewrite Voldemort? Do we want to rewrite Voldemort? We could rewrite. Oh, here we go. Let's do this. Darth Maul. Has a cool lightsaber, or I should say, as is, could be. All right, yeah, we'll do this for Darth Maul. Has a personality, has a story, has inflection in his voice. Oops. Has goals. Oh, and I guess he does have goals. Okay, no, that's not fair. So there we go. We just rewrote Darth Maul. There you go. To be fair, I have not seen Darth Maul in the Clone Wars. I saw him pop up in that Solo movie. Was it just called Solo? I think so. And like that's all I've got. I've Phantom Menace and Solo. That's all I really know. So was bullied as a kid, joined the Sith to try and get power for revenge. I mean, was bullied just replace that with was a slave, and that's basically Anakin, right? Is a character, exactly. Jabba the Mall. Okay. I think he was in Solo. I'm pretty sure, right? Wasn't he? If this is a Dune reference, I actually haven't read Dune, so I know that's not the only golem in fiction, but I imagine that's what you're talking about. So yeah, I haven't read Dune. Don't worry, I will. I don't want to hear it. But yeah. So there you go. All right. There's our villain stuff. Okay. Should we take a break of some kind? What do you think? I've been going for a couple hours already. Wow, that's amazing. Need some water. Oh, Gollum. Yeah, Gollum, Smeagol. Yeah, it could be. Okay, yeah, Lord of the Rings, Gollum. Huh. That could be interesting. Yeah, it's no problem. People misspell all the time. That's not an issue. It's just a golem is a thing. So I thought that's what you're talking about. No worries. Let's take a break, you guys. Let's see. So what I'll do, because I can't. Let's see. Yeah, here's what I'll do. We'll do. Um, okay. Then I'm gonna do a new banner. Take that off. Take that off. Okay. Let's see. Um, there we go. Okay, we're gonna take a break. And yeah, I'll just set a little background here, and I'll be back in about 10 minutes. Okay, so give me 10 minutes. I'm gonna go get something to drink, something to eat, and be back in a sec. Okay. All right. Not back at 2:30. Back now. Back now. Back now. All right. We're back. Yeah, I hope you guys are all away from your computers right now. Let's, you know what you should never do on a stream? Eat. It's like one of the 2 rules of broadcasting. Don't eat and don't do math. Uh, all very important. Return from Avalon. Okay. Well, you have fancier lunch places than I do. Okay. So what are we gonna do? It's let's see. It's 12:30 for me. So I wonder if Drew wants to pop on. So I think I want to get Drew to pop on. You guys can do some inking out loud AMAs. Maybe we'll do like a short episode or something. I don't know. We could do something live here. The other thing I was thinking I could do would be like a studio tour. I can switch the input to my. Oh, I'm kidding. I have no idea. We can do studio tour. I can throw this over to my phone and we can switch over to the phone. I could give you a studio tour. We could I've got an idea of doing text analysis that I talked about earlier. I think I talked about that earlier. Yeah, we got plenty of stuff. And we're going to be here for a while. It's been 2.5 hours. I'd say we're halfway done. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, what's the name of the phobia where you can't stand people eating? Oh, yeah. I don't know about a phobia. Let's see. Was it misophonia? Misophonia. Let's see. So let's throw that up there. Cause of this fury stems from a condition known as misophonia, which is stimulated by trigger sounds typically originating from facial activity, most famously the sound of chewing. It can be experienced so severely that it can affect relationships and prevent sufferers from engaging in social situations. I have no doubt about this. Mine is not that severe. It's not that bad. But I hate the sound of chewing, like gross chewing. So there was, I'm laughing at this idea that it can affect relationships because so I was a missionary years ago, as many of you know, and the way that it works, when you're a Mormon missionary, you go 2 by 2, right? So you always have a companion. Not just that. So we call them companions. In French we call them colleagues. You know, whatever the right word is. Um, you have this companion that you're assigned to for at least 6 weeks, either 6 or 12 weeks, generally speaking. So you're with this person for 6 weeks at a time. You live together, you eat together, you work together, just literally every second of every day, except when you're in the bathroom, right? But every second of every day, you're with this person, which is like it presents. It's a trial in a lot of ways, but it's also it's very educational, very interesting. Like you have to learn to get along with this person. You don't have a choice. You must get along with this person in some way. Anyway, so one guy, um, ever try ASMR? I hate ASMR. Yikes. One guy loved yogurt. We had yogurt in the apartment all the time, and he ate yogurt every meal. And it took about 2 weeks before I lost my ever loving mind. I yelled at the guy, um, and said, "You have to stop eating yogurt or learn to eat it better." Because he would stick the spoon in his mouth and he would clean the yogurt off, like not a speck of yogurt left on the damn spoon, but it was with his teeth. And he'd pull the spoon out. Sorry, I'm just trying to see about Drew. Anyway, yeah, he would clean it off with his teeth, and it drove me up the wall. It was so disgusting. So, let's see, bookshelf tour. Yeah, that'll be good. So, yeah, I actually I like to watch TV during our family dinners because even like my own wife does not chew quietly enough for my own taste. So um, that is not her failing. That is my failing. I understand that, but yeah, I can't stand the sound of chewing, especially because like people start chewing with their tongue. If you've noticed this, especially with kind of softer foods, um, you're chewing, you're mashing stuff up around, and then you start using your tongue to like shift things or mash it against the roof of your mouth or whatever, and it's getting the sticky sounds. And I just can't, I cannot do it. It's disgusting. And so I like to watch TV. Like we put the iPad on the table or something and watch a show just so that it drowns out the sound of my wife and children chewing. Um, so, pizza topping of choice. I love my all-time favorite pizza is the margarita. So it's what, mozzarella, basil, and is it basil or oregano? No, basil, whatever, basil leaves, and marinara. That's it. Oh, and olive oil. Super simple, straightforward. I love that one. I love Hawaiian pizza. I dislike the pineapple on pizza culture war that goes on. You don't like it, fine. Other people do. I do. Yeah. Bart has to go. Hey, I'm glad you're here. Glad you got to hang out for a little while, and we're gonna be here for a while longer. So if you feel like coming back, you're welcome to do so. All right. Use your tongue and not your teeth. Oh, as like for the yogurt, maybe use your lips to pull it up. Yeah, whatever. All right. Let's see. Yeah, see, this is what I'm talking about. Like, it feels kind of fun, but then it also doesn't. Like the pineapple on pizza thing. People are like, how dare you? But it gets like weirdly serious sometimes. My favorite cheese. That's a great question. Excuse me. What's my favorite cheese? I have a lot. So, this is like kind of like asking what's the worst book you've ever read. Well, we probably want to narrow it down. My favorite kind of cheese that everybody knows is Gouda. Just 'cause it takes flavors really well. It melts fantastically. And so you can do a lot of things with Gouda. Um, I love cheddar too. Obviously, cheddar is amazing, but yeah, Gouda, like a good smoked Gouda. There's a whiskey maple Gouda that my local grocery store here sells. That's really good. So yeah, like I love how it can take flavors really well, but still remain a Gouda. So that might be my favorite. Like kind of just like everybody knows this cheese. But if you go to your local grocery store that has a decent cheese selection, you might be able to find Port Salut. So Portsalut, Port Salut. It's kind of an orange. It's got a salty brushed rind, and it's a very soft on the inside. Not creamy, but very soft on the inside. And that one. So that's like a little, that's the next level outside, like in the concentric circles, everybody knows this one. If you love cheese, you might know Port Salut. And then if you expand that a little more, my favorite cheese of all time is one that as far as I know, you can only get in France, maybe elsewhere in Europe, I'm not sure. But it's called Chaussée aux Moines, the path of the monk. And it's got a hard rind, and a kind of cheddary inside, but it smells like feet. It smells awful, just terrible. And then you bite into it, and it's the most delightful flavor you've ever had in your life. So, Chaussée aux Moines is my all-time favorite cheese, but it's one of those ones nobody's ever heard of, and that's okay. So, let's see. What a cheesy discussion taking place. Yeah. Well, I'm glad you're here, Dylan. Oh, yeah, we're doing a lot of stuff. I guess my misophonia is still up. So yeah, we were talking about the sound of chewing, but we're gonna get to some other stuff. Let me see if I can raise Drew here. Uh, okay. So what I need to do is send him a link for this. Okay, so we're gonna invite. Oh yeah, put it on Messenger. Okay. Oh, come on. Drew. Okay. Let's see how that works. Okay, cool. Invite is out. So we'll see if we can get Drew on here. If you guys know Drew, Inking Out Loud, you probably do. Inking Out Loud / Discord. He's more active in Discord than I am. It's impressive, honestly. Pepperjack is great. Pepperjack is a great, like, not just everybody knows it, but it's like cheap and really readily available. I love Pepperjack. That's a good candidate. That's my go-to at Subway, where they have cheese to put on your sandwich. Colby Jack's great sandwich cheese. There you go. Have to eat it with clothespin. No, it's you get over the smell, and like once you start to associate how good it's going to taste with how bad it actually smells, then it's okay to have stinky cheese. Yeah, okay, all right. So yeah, I gotta clear off my wheel. Had my lunch on there. I wonder if I'm ever gonna get to eat that sandwich. All right. So let's see real quick. Did you ever end up reading the rest of the Robin Hobb series? Just the first 3 books. Haven't gotten to the rest of them. If I ever quit doing the Legendarium, you guys, like if I ever stop doing the Legendarium, my reading amount will go, it'll skyrocket. Like, the Legendarium actually slows me down, reading wise, which is fine. But a lot of people ask me like, hey, yeah, did you read the Malorian yet? Did you read the rest of the Live Ship Traders or whatever? And it's like, nah, I just like this one, the podcast kind of dictates what I read. So, all right, might have to harass Drew about Susan. Nice. How are you with spice? Like spice melange? Do you think you'd be able to do one of those hot one interviews and given the opportunity? So that's a good question. I love spicy food up to a certain point. I would not do great on hot ones. It'd be a lot of fun. I would definitely do that if I were, famous and had the opportunity. I would do the show. But here's the way I generally think of it. If I go to a there's a Thai restaurant that I like in Salt Lake City, Sawadi Thai. There's Bangkok Terrace as well. That one's really good. If you're in Salt Lake, go to Bangkok Terrace. So I go to Bangkok Terrace, and these are like first generation, fresh off the boat immigrants from overseas, and they're making their Thai food, and it's absolutely astoundingly wonderful. And they'll ask me, so I'll say I want the pad kee mao, the drunken noodles, and they say, okay, great. How spicy do you want us to make it? And I said, make it the spiciest that you would do for a man of my complexion. So basically, like as a white guy, I love spicy, but I understand like I didn't grow up eating as spicy as you guys did. And so they laugh and they're like, yeah, it sounds like a 4 out of 5. And I'm like, great. I have had some 5s and it was rough, but yeah, but I do like the spice. I'm famous. Yeah, no, not really. Yeah, this would be good. Todd crying for different reasons. Yeah, that would be good. I love pho. Like pho was kind of it was the popular thing to eat for a couple of years. And everybody was eating pho, and I totally missed that boat. Um, but I I got onto it later and have just loved it ever since. So okay. Let's spin the wheel. We got, well, I don't know about spinning the wheel. Let's see. What did we not get to? Worst fantasy book, did it. Dream Christmas gift, did it. What to expect in 2022, got it. Oh, next travel. Okay, let's talk about next travel. All right. All right, next travel plans. Let's do that one. So yeah, there's, what do we got? A few of you. How many of you are signed up for the Portland thing? I hope if you're anywhere near Portland that you're going to do it, and consider doing it. Even if you're not, probably don't fly in from overseas. I mean, it'd be fun. I'd love to see you, but only do that if you're rich. Okay, so, but we're going to be doing Portland in at the end of May. So I think it's what is that? Memorial Day weekend. So just before Memorial Day, we'll be there in Portland. So that is the next big one. I think Jordan Con is in April. Is that right? Jordan Con in April. So I will probably go to that. That's in Atlanta. But then what should we do after that? So that's why I thought this would be a good one to talk about. What should we do after that? I want to do some smaller stuff, kind of closer into home, not necessarily in Salt Lake, but maybe we do stuff in Colorado or up in Idaho or Nevada, Arizona, whatever. California, we do California. So I want to do some smaller stuff, hit up public libraries or do live shows at bookstores, that sort of thing. But as far as like a big thing, I think, was it Emily who asked this? Basically, the subtext being, "Hey, are you ever coming to Europe?" Like as a show. Yeah, especially if so our Patreon, like our travel threshold on Patreon is 250 per episode, or yeah, and we dipped below that. We tend to dip a little bit every month when cards get declined, and that drops people off. So we dipped below that. So technically we're not supposed to travel right now, but whatever. Anyway, like that threshold, so 250 per episode would help us to save enough eventually where we could do some bigger trips and go to Europe potentially. I don't know if we're going to be able to do that as a podcast in 2022. That would be tough because we're doing the Portland thing, and that'll suck a little bit of money out of the bank account for that. So, yeah. Where do I want to go? I want to do London as a podcast, and just kind of general a UK, Ireland tour. I think would be really cool. There's a couple bookstores that I've talked to that have said that they would host us if we ever came out and wanted to do a show. So yeah, I want to do that. But if it's if I can combine personal and professional travel, then I would take the podcast. Maybe like we couldn't take 4 of us, probably that would be a lot. But maybe like me and Ryan go out, fly somewhere. I would want to go to Norway, not just because we've got some Norwegian listeners, although that is definitely a factor. But I want to do Norway because I would want to do like 2 days of podcast stuff and then like 5 days of kayaking the fjords. I want to do that so bad, you guys. That's a bucket list item. So I want to go to Norway and kayak the fjords. And I'll even do that in the winter. I don't care. It just seems like my kind of vacation. So I don't know. What do you guys think? What would you do? What should we do? Let's see. You ever think about outsourcing the editing for the podcast episodes? That's a good question. What takes the most amount of time when it comes to the podcast? It isn't the editing. In fact, if Drew ever comes on and let's see. Oh gosh, that was loud in my ears anyway. If Drew ever comes on and we do an episode, I think maybe we'll do like front to back. I'll show you guys. Okay, so this is what it's like to record it. and then I'll edit it with you, and then we'll release it, and I'll show you the entire process. Because I've got it down now to science. So do I think about outsourcing the editing for the podcast episodes? No, because it is not the biggest time suck. If you look over here, if I do a studio tour, I'll show you this later, but this box right here has a lot of our microphone equipment in it. And that box alone is worth a stupid amount of money. But the reason I'm okay with that, and like over years and years, we built up our hardware here in the studio. The reason we did that is because editing can take a long time. So if I'm just talking into this microphone, feeding it right into the computer, I'm going to have to take some time to clean up the audio and kind of doctor it into a place where it's okay to publish. You got to take out the sound of the air conditioning. You got to bump up this person's bass and whatever. With that box over there, I can do individually everybody's vocals, like kind of edit them before we start recording, for lack of a better way of thinking about it, so that when we record, it just goes straight in and it's ready to go. Because editing took forever at the beginning of the podcast, and I don't want to do that anymore. So I would rather spend money than time. That's my general rule. When applicable, when appropriate, I would rather spend money than time on something like that. So no, it's actually pretty easy. Video editing, on the other hand, I do have some video editing clients that I'm going to start outsourcing to. So if any of you are video editors and are potentially looking for a little freelance work, let me know, because I may be looking to offload some video editing in the future. So this is for travel plans. Let's see, coming from New Hampshire. I would love to go to New Hampshire. There's a brewery or two that I want to hit up out there. So let's see, you live between Seattle and Portland. You'd better be there Memorial Day weekend. And that is a beautiful drive down. I used to live in Seattle. We drive down to Portland a lot. And that is like the general rule is that the interstate sucks. And the scenic route is, you gotta like hit the 101 or, find Highway 6 cutting through the mountains here in Utah or something, where like you're getting off the freeway and then you get pretty drives. But the I-5 drive from Seattle down to Portland is delightful. It's like really, really nice. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's I try not to. Industry speak is no fun, unless it's an industry event. So, all right. So, let's see. I haven't heard from Drew yet. So maybe should we do a studio tour? I might just want you to give me a few minutes to kind of clean up a couple things. I don't know. Maybe it doesn't matter that much. Like, yeah, we can do a little studio tour. Okay. All right. So what I'm going to have to do is okay, so I'm just pulling it up on my phone here. Oh, one tangent left. I'm sorry. Yeah, somebody said one tangent left. Yeah, that's a good point. Let's do that. Okay. So let's get rid of that. What was the last one? It was best fantasy religions. Oh, wow. So I'm going to need some help with that one. All right. Number 6, best fantasy religions. All right. Okay. There we go. All right, best fantasy religions. Yeah, I'll need some help with this one. You guys need to help me think of what our contenders are. Oh, geez. And let's be nice, okay? Let's be nice. Let's see. A lot of fantasy. Lightning Tiger says a lot of fantasy tends to trash on religion. Unfortunately, I wonder how true that is. I could definitely see where that perception would take hold, but I'm not 100% sure about that. Let's see. We can start with Dune. Oh boy. Okay, so I guess we better. Here, let's make a new page here. Oops. All right. So I'm going to throw this on my screen in just a second. Okay, let's put that on screen. Here we go. Can you guys see that? Okay, it's at 150%. That should work. Okay. Yeah, maybe we can get a little bigger. Okay. We've got Dune. What else we got? What did I miss? Elder Scrolls. I don't know Elder Scrolls. So, let's see. Okay. But okay. Elder Scrolls. I mean, we can always take a vote, so other people will know it. Sorry, Drew just texted me, so he may come on in just a minute. Let's see, dude. What's Rolor? I don't know that one. Okay, Dune, Elder Scrolls, Lightbringer. What is Rolor the name of a series, a religion in a series? I'm not sure. The faith in Lightbringer is really interesting. Boy, is it! Especially by the time you get to the end of the series. Brent took some chances with that one. Boy, that was interesting. Oh, interesting. In Elder Scrolls, 90% of deities exist without a doubt, save for some of the more alien, demonic Daedra, though. Most do not or cannot explicitly display and explain themselves. Whoa, interesting. Okay. Church of the Survivor. So we'll put Mistborn. There's a lot in that Church of the Survivor specifically. But we could include other ones in there as well. Like if we're talking Mistborn, you could talk about like what am I thinking of? Oh gosh, my brain is mush at the moment. The Lord Ruler, basically, like he's a god king kind of. Let's see. Fantasy takes on historical religions. Okay, yeah. Let's see, Vorinism from Stormlight. Okay, yeah, I like that. Stormlight. Vorinism. My phone ever start? Okay, I think it might actually work. Oh my gosh. There we go. Okay, we'll worry about that in a minute. Oh, is it really still coming through? It is. Okay. So I'll have to mute my mic. I'm working it out so that I can come into the studio on my phone and give you guys a tour in a little while. Oh, like Good Omens. Okay. Yeah. I see what you're saying. Okay. That would be a fantasy take on historical religions. Okay. That one, it'd be dangerous for us to talk about though. Let's see. Got no time for elven Gnosticism when I have dragons to slay. There you go. Oh man. Okay, Gentlemen Bastards. That would be a good one. Gentlemen. Is it Gentleman Bastards? I was never clear, and I honestly I don't think the publisher ever figured it out. Harry Dresden, Norse Gods from Neil Gaiman. Christianity well realized. Yeah, like I again, I'm only on book 3 from Dresden, so I can't really speak to how the rest of it goes. But yeah, that's my take on it so far as well. Tolkien's implicit Catholicism is very interesting, but like we could even just deal with the explicit religion as it's set up, if we can even call it such, in the Lord of the Rings. Anyway, yeah, these are some good ones. Oh, Rollars from Game of Thrones. Okay, so is that the 7 from Game of Thrones? Yeah, they're many. Can I? Okay, all right. Legendarium tangent time. Oh boy, can we do this for a second? I don't know how it is in the books because I haven't gotten to the past the first book or so. But one of in the show at least, and I'm not going to spoil. No, I'll spoil a little bit. So if you're currently watching Game of Thrones, whatever, I don't know. This is a decade old now, but the Red Witch, whatever her name is, and she prays to the god with the flames and whatever. And there seems to be something to it where she has magical abilities, people get raised from the dead, et cetera, et cetera. But like, there's no exposition, no part of that religion is ever actually explained, which drove me nuts watching it because it was so interesting. And I was like, I thought they were going to set it up as this big like showdown between that religion and another one, and then it just kind of like fizzled out and died, and I was so frustrated. Let's see. Yeah, Malazan would be a good one. Let's see. In the Wheel of Tangents. Yeah, there's Melisandre. Okay. Oh boy. All right. Well, now we're getting into okay, hang on just a second. Zero that. Hey, Drew.
What's up?
Oh man, you're so loud. You're so loud I want to die.
Ooh.
No, just in my ears. I don't know if it's like
okay.
if that's in everybody's ears. I had myself cranked way up. So, hey, Drew.
How's it going, Craig?
Good. Hey, we're talking best fantasy religions, and we've got a few candidates. Let me see. Okay, so, and I missed a bunch. We put Malazan. Have you read Malazan?
I have not.
Yeah.
I've picked up Gardens of the Moon several times, but I've never
right. Okay, so
gone all the way through it.
Yeah. Okay, so let's just leave it here. Let's see. You're a Sanderson dude. Mistborn or Stormlight? What religion is more interesting to you? The Church of the Survivor or Vorinism?
Church of the Survivor for sure.
Okay, now do you say that like on a philosophical basis, like it's so interesting to see the birth of a religion?
Yeah.
Or yeah, okay.
Pretty much.
Yeah. Can you define Vorinism? What is Vorinism? And can you do it without spoiling stuff that other people don't know?
Without spoiling stuff.
See, I'm just throwing you right in the fire. Welcome to welcome to the stream, Drew.
Basically, it's a monotheistic religion with like stratified gender divides and then a pseudo priesthood that like isn't always necessarily focused on religious aspects, or like theology rather, and that like sometimes like the Ardentia, right?
Right.
They do a lot more than just engage in theology.
It's very medieval Catholic, right? In some ways.
Yeah.
But it's the lines between Vorinism and the state are very blurred.
Yeah.
All right. So, Drew, what's tell everybody the name of your book that one day they'll get to read.
All Flames Cast.
Yeah. You guys, if you enjoy the idea of religion in fiction, you should get excited. Get very, very excited. I have read the book. I have read a version of the book, and it's going to be good. It's going to be really interesting. I think people are gonna dig it.
Yeah, I hope so.
But the thing is, like, I'm not going to spoil anything, but I will say it's going to take a couple more books to really understand what the you're doing with this religion in All Flames Cast. So
Yeah.
I don't know, but I can kind of see where it's going, and I'm excited for it.
Yeah, there are definitely aspects that are being purposely withheld as part of an ongoing series-long mystery.
You authors and your jerk tendencies. Okay, but from this, I think I agree. Church of the Survivor so far is more interesting. I will say this. For a non, what do we call them? Cosmere knots? Like the Cosmere knots, right? So for somebody who's really, really invested in, I'll reverse it. For somebody who's really invested in the Cosmere, I think eventually Vorinism will be much more interesting. But for somebody who is not super invested in the Cosmere internally as such, Church of the Survivor is much more interesting.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay, cool. I got it right. Wait, where did my screen go? Okay, there we go. Okay, I'm trying to keep track of so many freaking screens here. All right. Okay, so we got, I think, for now, and for somebody in the boat we're talking about, Mistborn is more interesting. Dune is, again, I haven't read Dune. I've only seen the movie now, which Drew, I can't believe you still haven't seen.
I know. I just...
You're a bizarre person.
I know it's something I gotta watch in the theaters, and I just plain didn't have the time. So,
but from what I know, I mean, I kind of listened in on some of the Blue Team's Dune discussions, and I saw the first movie, and it's very interesting and super cynical, unbelievably cynical take on religion. So that one is interesting for that reason.
I've only read the first book, but I know a little bit about where it goes, and my understanding is, yes, very cynical.
This is one of those things where if anybody's reading through Dune because they just watched the movie, I don't want to spoil anything that I maybe know, because I might get it wrong anyway. Drew, you haven't read Lightbringer, but that one is really interesting.
Yeah, I've only read The Black Prism.
Right, and then you jumped ship. You are missing out, though, on like in this question, at least with a fantasy religion, you are missing out because, again, without giving things away, he sets up what seems like just kind of an interesting anodyne regular, just like, oh yeah, and then people have religion, so this people will have a religion. Okay, fine. And then in the fifth book, he takes that and just like blows it way out, where it's like, I can't believe what he did with it. And some people absolutely hated it. And others loved it. And I still, like, what is it, 2 years later, I haven't decided how I feel, like whether I loved it or hated it. I can't decide. But I love the balls that it took to do what he did. I want to talk about it with you so bad one day.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if someday Brent Weeks ropes me back in.
Lord of the Rings is that's an interesting one because I'll put this one up there because somebody was talking about sorry, real quick, you'll like that, Drew.
Oh my gosh.
Who was it that suggested Lord of the Rings? I think it's too far back in the chat. I can't find it anymore. But Lord of the Rings is an interesting one because somebody was talking about the implicit Catholicism in the Lord of the Rings.
Mm-hmm.
And I will say this. So it's obviously a very Christian book, a very Catholic book, to be more specific. Whatever. I guess that really broadens it out, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But it's a very Catholic book. And so when people read it, they're looking for the Christ figure. Like, well, it's Frodo, this self-sacrifice to save humanity and destroy evil, whatever. Okay, but now that doesn't really work because then Frodo does all this other stuff that allegorically it doesn't work. Okay, so Aragorn is he's our Jesus figure because he's the king, and it's the return of the king, and he's, you know, the hobbits come and meet him in heaven when they go to the field of Kermel. But then Aragorn does this other thing that's not very godlike, you know. Anyway, and this is the way that Tolkien intended it, because what is the religion in the Lord of the Rings? Catholicism.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, pretty much.
Where he's writing this prehistory, and the whole idea was that like this is the Earth as it was thousands and thousands of years before we knew anything about what was going on in the Earth. It's like an alternate history, and then like we end the third age, and then in like the fourth age or maybe the fifth age, that's when then you like actually have Christ. And so he didn't want to have a version of Christ in the story, because it, you know, he wanted it to feed into the actual like Christian myth that he held so dear. So I always thought that was a really interesting way to write that story.
Yeah, definitely.
All right. What were we gonna Drew, here's what I want to do. Okay. How long are you down to clown? 20 minutes, an hour?
Oh, I can hang out.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So I promised a studio tour. We'll do a studio tour, a bookshelf tour. You can hang out, react to that. But what I want from people in the chat is I want suggestions for a short episode that Drew and I could do together. Okay. So this would be kind of what am I trying to say? This would be a Wheel of Tangents, maybe style, just like kind of random topic, maybe a single topic that would carry us through a half hour, maybe a bunch of Wheel of Tangents ideas. But you guys throw that in the chat. And then, so when I'm done with the studio tour, we'll pull all these together. We'll collate these, and we'll do a little episode together. Does that sound good?
Yeah, I like it.
Okay. So you can kind of keep an eye on that. I don't know. Maybe you can keep an eye on the chat while I'm doing the studio tour, and people can throw in their suggestions. The studio is very messy, by the way. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm gonna put you on here, Drew. Everybody, I want you to wait, how am I going to do this? Let's see, solo. Oh, okay, good. Yeah, I want you to AMA Drew to death. Ask him anything about Inking Out Loud, about the Legendarium, about whatever. I just want like 3 to 5 minutes to clean up a little bit, and then I'll give you guys a studio tour. Okay. All right.
All right.
There you go. Are you able, by the way, Drew, are you able to like see comments on StreamYard and put them up? Can you
on StreamYard? No,
it doesn't let you do that. Okay. All right. Yeah. I was just checking. Just curious. All right. Well, I'm still gonna give you the solo reigns. Best new beer you had this month. Okay, so there's your first topic. Enjoy.
Ooh, best new beer I had this month. I'm gonna say November. Make that in November, because December just started. I don't know if I really had much in the way of new beer. Maybe the Czech Pilsner from TF Brewing, when Lauren and I were out visiting Craig and going to Sanderson's Cytonic release in Minicon. It was just a delightful beer. How do you feel about releasing the Changes episodes into the world? I am nervous. I think there's going to be some backlash, because my opinion in particular on Changes is not the standard Dresden fandom opinion of that book. I'm curious to see what the feedback is like on that one. Let's see. Any good German beers you like? So yeah, my wife is sitting right next to me right now drinking, what is it, a Paulaner Hefeweizen? Yeah. Yeah, she's the brewer in the family. She works at Weldworks Brewing Company, and she is doing a whole bunch of research right now on Hefeweizens. Let's see. Arcane. Yeah, I haven't watched Arcane yet, but I keep hearing great things about this as well. It is. Yeah, I'm not a huge anime fan, but there are some anime out there that I really enjoy. Lauren's been getting me more into it. We've been watching My Hero Academia recently, and I'm enjoying that. Definitely enjoying that. Top brewery I'd like to visit. Oof. That is a great question. Maybe Cantillon. I would like to. Yeah, maybe Cantillon. I'd say that, or Side Project. One of those two. If you could have a single item from the Wheel of Time, Lord of the Rings, anything like that, what would it be? Ooh. That is a great question. Man. I'm going to have to think about that question. Favorite hero on My Hero Academia, or favorite character? Maybe Todoroki. I like Todoroki a lot. He's had a really cool character arc so far. I think we're on like episode 105, something like that, on Netflix or Hulu rather. Man, I'm trying to think, what fantasy item would I want to have? There are really interesting things in the Wheel of Time, but if I can't channel, I can't really use them. What was that?
Some of them you can.
That's true. There are some Terangreal. Oh, maybe the Dream Ring. That would be interesting. Oh my gosh!
Inception.
What is going on?
We're gonna remove that. Okay. So
how did Craig and I get to know each other? We met at JordanCon. I knew Craig was going out there. The Legendarium crew was going out there, and I messaged Craig kind of out of the blue, and I said, "Hey, if we do an Inking Out Loud episode at JordanCon, do you want to, join us?" And he said, "Sure." And then that kind of fell apart. Rob didn't end up being able to go, but we just ended up hanging out at JordanCon and had a whole bunch of fun. Favorite character that isn't one of the three boys from Class 1A? Ooh. That's a really good question. Yeah, Lauren likes Yayorozu with the bookshelf on her butt. Yeah.
all right, should we do a studio tour?
Yeah, do the studio tour.
All right. So Drew's been out here a bunch, so he's already seen it. You know what I'll do? Okay, here's what I'll do. I'm gonna go out and walk back in. Oh my gosh. Okay. So I'm gonna try to, so you can't see the whole thing, because this is one of my favorite parts. I got this Christmas gift from my wife last year, and it has held up really well through the winter and summer weather. So now I go to my camera, facing back. There we go. All right. Oh yeah, she's doing Christmas decorations right now. Okay, so check out this gift she got me. There's the studio. So we go from the sidewalk. Got this little path out. Oh yeah, very nice. Okay. She got me this for Christmas last year. The post was already there, but we needed something to hang on it. And so she got the logo minus the LP. Got that engraved in this nice piece of wood. So anyway, now let's walk back here. All right. So if you're curious, yeah, this is the door of the studio. I put this little path in to get to from the house to the studio. And anyway, so yeah, walk in through the door, and we'll get to the bookshelf in just a moment. So it's still messy. It's just not as messy as it was. So this is where I'm sitting to do the live stream. Hey, Drew.
Oh my gosh. So much Inception.
Right. Okay. And then we've got, like right next to that is the couch with the microphone stands. All the mics are off of it right now, but that's okay. Got a couple cameras in here, and this is where I sit to watch TV, and also where we sit to do the episodes. So, usually we'll take so we've got one camera here and a camera there, and we'll point them at the couch and my chair, and do videos, like video episodes that way. And then this is the corner where I film a lot of the Professor Craig stuff, and it's where we've got the bookshelf. So like I said, still pretty messy storage, but then the bookshelf, that's the big deal. So what do you guys want to see? See if I can pull up the chat on what you guys are talking about here. Okay.
Love the shelf of Frostbeard candles.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I pulled one down to burn just now. But we do have Inklings, Bookstore, Halfling Hills, and Trashy Romance Novel, which is actually pretty great.
Ooh, that does sound good.
Let's see. Well, let's start over here. This is where I do a lot of the paperbacks, and then the foreign language Sandersons. I've got that's all the Stormlight Archive that's book 1 through 3 in French. They had to split them all into two tomes. We do, let's see, Star Wars novels. That's Drew. That's your shelf right there.
Yeah.
Some old Terry Brooks. Terry Brooks, X-Wing, all that. So, and then just other kind of throwaway paperbacks. Let's see. I don't know.
Here about throwing away Terry Goodkind.
I do have one Terry Goodkind book. I bought it because when I bought it, it was it's one of those Terry Goodkind. He's a big name in fantasy. Maybe we should do him on the show sometime. And I bought it, and then a month later, he had that blow up with his illustrator.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, I'm not reading that guy for the show. So I've never gotten around to reading it. Let's see. If we talk, we don't see the books. All right. So books, says Alex. All right. So what do we got here? Let's see. How do I have this arranged? That's a great question. It's mostly just by author, but we'll get to the interesting stuff in a moment. I do have, so this Powder Mage, by the way, we haven't read Powder Mage yet, but we will. But I bought the signed hardbacks before we ever even read the books because he was offering them. So, I remember. This is friends of the podcast. We got a few friends of the podcast. So John Negroni was on some episodes with us. Andrew Clavin did an author's shelf with us. Celeste Cheney was the one and only time we ever interviewed an author about their book on the show. And it went really well, but I could already see the pitfalls of why doing that is not the best idea. And so we didn't really do it again, but she is a wonder and a delight and was fun to have on the show. Larry Correa did Author's Shelf. Brent Weeks did Author's Shelf. Cece Rios is by Kayla Rivera. She did a Zelda episode with us. So that's a fun, young reader. It's kind of Mexican folklore fantasy. That was a lot of fun. So. And I do have a few comics. So, okay, let's see. Well, let's move a little faster. We've got our Terry Brooks shelf, a lot of Shannara stuff on here. I think that's almost all Shannara. And then we get into, it's kind of a catch-all. Robin Hobb. There's your Glenn Cook.
Yeah.
That one's for you. Glenn Cook and Gene Wolfe are on the same shelf because obviously. Dune, which I will get into at some point. And then this one is our TBR. This is our designated TBR shelf, or at least it was. We've done those. We've done the Expanse now, but we want to get to V.E. Schwab at some point. Joe Abercrombie, Brian McClellan. These are the paperback versions, the non-signed, the ones I'll actually read. And then I mentioned wanting to do Aragon at some point on the show. So that's kind of our TBR shelf. Another catch-all. There's the Prydain Chronicles. My Zelda books. These are my what do you call it? Coffee table books. Yeah. And then that's not interesting. These are the interesting ones. So up here, like classics. So going back to like Tacitus and the Aeneid and Dante's Inferno, H.P. Lovecraft. And I felt like it was okay to put Pat Rothfuss on here because I feel like they will be classics at some point. So especially if he ever finishes. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, so I need to check the chat and see if I need to answer anything here. Let's see. What about a coffee table book about coffee tables? I would love that. Let's see. Homer. Yeah, we've got. Where is he? I think we got both of those. I haven't. Yeah. So there's the Iliad right there. Am I looking at the right thing? Yeah, we got the Iliad. Plato's Republic. I know we've got the Iliad. We've got the Odyssey somewhere because we did that one with Brent. Frankenstein. Shoot, where is the Odyssey? Oh yeah, the Odyssey's right there. Boom, the Odyssey. Homer. Okay, cool. But then we get to the Lord of the Rings stuff. This is where the bookshelf tour goes a little crazy, right, Drew? You know what I'm talking about.
Your Tolkien collection is pretty ridiculous.
So shelf 1 and shelf 2 and shelf 2.5. These are the books by Tolkien. So I collect different editions. So Lord of the Rings. So this is, let's see, English. This one is Czech, German, French, Swedish, bootleg, 50th anniversary. Anyway, so yeah, lots of different editions of the Lord of the Rings. And then this stack is all, let's see, here's the Silmarillion in Spanish. Is it Spanish or Catalan? I can't remember. The Hobbit in Swedish, The Hobbit in French. Yeah, anyway, so yeah, this is all Tolkien stuff. And then all these different editions of the Silmarillion, Unfinished Tales. And then we start to get into like books about Tolkien, or indirectly by Tolkien. So like his letters, a couple editions of that, biography, and then we get into like all the essays and stuff about the Lord of the Rings. So yeah, those shelves are the kind of the pride and joy. And then when we go over to this one, this is the shelf of like stuff that we've done on the show. Well, for the most part, we haven't done Tigana yet, but then we get into like the Wheel of Time, and Harry Potter. I guess we have technically done some Harry Potter on the show now. Then the Sanderson shelf. Oh boy, this is the one that people should love. Oh, they fell over. Oh, oops. Oh well. Big stack of Jim Butcher, Scott Lynch, Terry Pratchett, Brent Weeks. There you go. All right, so there's your studio tour. Audio equipment, mood lighting, and you know, for 6 packs of soda. There you go. All right, there's a studio tour. I hope that was delightful and wonderful for everybody. Drew, did we get any good suggestions about episodes that we should do?
Oh, yeah, there were a couple that I saw, and now I've forgotten what they were. Let me scroll back up. Yeah, dealing with reading burnout, how to organize your bookshelf. I saw both of those.
Ugh. I need some help there. I love the reason it's not like really well organized is because I'm constantly tearing the books off and rearranging them. So it's always some new thing. All right, hang on. I'm going to switch back.
Yeah, my book situation at home is a bit of a mess. We need to buy about 2 more bookshelves.
If you said something, I missed it. So
yeah, just saying we need more shelf space at home.
Oh yeah,
we have just like stacks of books sitting on the floor in the family room,
and not to mention every potential drawer in the house is filled with books.
Yeah,
like, who needs clothes? It's like the fridge is for books, right?
Especially Lauren's manga collection. She has a ton of manga.
I even thought to myself, if anybody gets that reference, that'll be fantastic. And now I can't remember what I referenced.
I must have missed whatever this was.
Oh yeah, what did I say?
I don't know.
What was my Simon? What was my reference? What did I reference?
What makes one of your favorite subgenres great? I like that.
Okay, all right. Simon, I need you, bud. What did I reference? Because I felt like it was a really good one, and now I can't remember what it was. Okay. Okay. All right. Where are we at? Did you write any of those down, or should I should write them down?
Yeah. So we got the bookshelf organization, reading Burnout.
Organization.
Favorite subgenres. What makes them great?
So what was? Oh, okay. What makes a subgenre great? Okay. Let's see. Did I miss anything else? Oh, okay. Somebody else made a reference. All right. I can't even remember my own reference anymore.
Oh.
Brian says booze.
Yeah. Soda, Craig.
If this were an episode of Inking Out Loud, I would say let's do it. But we do we do have a brand to consider. So
yes, you do.
Oh boy.
Making me a little thirsty.
All right.
What weapon if we're put into a fantasy world?
What weapon? Well, I mean, the thing everybody's gonna say lightsaber. It's not like or a Harry Potter wand, because you can do literally anything with it.
Yeah, if we're limiting to only like medieval fantasy and you can't use magic, that would be different.
Yeah, it's true.
I would definitely be an archer, since I did some competitive archery as a younger.
Did you really?
Yeah, it was all compound bow stuff. It was the easy mode.
For that true chaotic energy. There you go.
Nice.
Yeah, the Kakari from Night Angel, that's another one that's like you can literally do anything in the world with this. Okay, all right. We need one more good fantasy weapons is a little overdone. We need one more good topic for our mini episode here. We've got 3. I want 4.
Pokemon.
Let's do how about this? A fantasy series you'll never read. For any reason, okay? It can be for any reason, okay? But a fantasy series you will never read, okay?
Okay.
Can you think of one?
So,
Nice. There you go.
Does it count if I've read one book and decided never to go on?
I think.
Or does it have to be something I've just never touched and never will?
Yeah, you should have answers for both of those.
Okay. Well, the I've read some and will absolutely never go on is the easy answer is Sword of Truth.
Well, hang on. Don't say anything. Okay, we're waiting for the episode on this. All right.
Oh! I got you.
We haven't even started yet.
Yeah, I mean, I have like 5 different answers for this one, so I can keep one of them in my back pocket.
How are we going to record this? We're going to have to figure out a way to record this. Okay, all right. Bookshelf organization, but we'll worry about that in a second. Okay, we've got bookshelf organization. We've got reading Burnout. Okay. We've got what makes a subgenre great, or something along those lines, right? Something like that. And let's see, a fantasy series you'll never.
I like this from Bradster. He says, "You're forced to do an episode on a certain book. What are you praying it's not?"
Look, What are you saying? It's not. Okay. Yeah, maybe we'll replace the fantasy series you'll never read with that one. Okay. That's good. That's good. Okay. So, Drew, here's what we're gonna do. I think this will be an experiment. Okay. We're already here. I wonder what will happen if we try to log into Riverside at the same time, because I don't know if it'll let us share our camera between the two. But let's find out.
Ooh, yeah.
Go into the studio. Let's see what happens. It seems like it might work. Oh my gosh.
All right.
Join studio. Oh, please. Yes, I am using headphones. Okay, what happens when it seems like it's working. Okay, so Drew, I'm going to send you this link. Okay,
cool.
And then we'll let people watch. Like we'll throw this on screen. Okay, guest.
Get a little look at how awesome Riverside is.
Well, so, yeah, what I told people what I would do is I'm going to do an entire episode front to back, absolutely everything. We're going to record the episode. I'll edit it. I'll do the artwork for it. I'll publish it here on the live stream. So,
Nice.
by the way, for people who are still here in the chat, make sure you go pop onto the Discord, obviously, but also pop on Twitter, Facebook, wherever else. And try to let people know, both for the Legendarium and the Inking Out Loud community, that we're doing this. And just because I know we've been going for now 3.5 hours, and I'm sure that there are other people who have now woken up or whatever. Like I think we're just about getting to the time where the Australian folks might not have gone to work yet on Monday morning, but maybe they can pop in for a minute and watch. So yeah, spread the word for me a little bit. I don't want to slow down on the live stream and like take the time to send out a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, I'm just tweeting that out myself.
Yeah. Okay, Drew, I just sent you a link to Riverside.
Ooh. On Facebook.
Yeah.
Okay.
So 540p. Let's see. Why is it?
If Messenger will load.
Yeah,
there we go.
That. And yeah, let's see what happens with yours if it also lets you do this.
I am using headphones. Join studio.
Hey, I think it might let us do it. This is amazing. Okay.
Oh, there's a little echo. I'm hearing you in two different browsers.
Oh, okay. So yeah, you can always mute one, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not getting that. Wait, say something.
Does this echo?
Oh, okay, good. No, I was just making sure your audio is coming through on.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so to show people what we're doing now, we can let's blow this up and do this. Hey, all right.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna move that to my main screen then, so I'm not looking sideways the whole time.
You are echoing a little bit. Can you turn down whatever your source is? Because I think it's so loud, it's like coming through your headphones. And
so have you muted StreamYard?
Oh yeah. Okay, now try again. But now they can't hear you. So
so what I did was I just like on the tab in Chrome, I just hit mute site so that on my end I'm not hearing you talking through StreamYard and Riverside.
Okay. I think that worked. Yeah, that did work. Okay.
Yeah, cool.
So is everybody set? We can all see and hear what's going on. Let me know before we get started. Let me know if this isn't working the way that we're trying to make it work. Let's see. I got to get rid of my Plate-O pizza so that I can get my wheel of tangents here. Okay. The Discord isn't in the description. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. If you go here, let me get you a link. No.
All right. While you're doing that, I'm going to get some water. I'll be right back.
Do your thing. Yeah, do your thing. How do I find the? Let's see. Invite people. Yes. Edit the invite link. No expiration. Okay, generate new link. There we go. Okay, if you guys want to share a link in Discord, here you go. Oh, it looks like okay. Maybe you guys already found it, but yeah, you can share that Discord link. Oh wait, you want the link for the not the link for Discord. You want the link for this live stream? Is that what you're after? Because I can get that too. Here, let's.
Yes, this is actually water.
let me grab the link for the live stream. Okay. Okay. So there's the live stream link. All right. So now you can share that if you'd like to. Why am I only on 540p? This is crap. Settings. General, let's see, recording 1080p, live stream. That's fine. No. Whatever. Okay, good enough. I don't know that we're gonna do it. I don't know. I guess we could do a video episode of this. That's fine. Wheel of Tangents. I want to say is this number 9 or number 10? We'll call it number 10. Okay, save. Great. And then Drew, I want to. Oh yeah, I need to put this back on screen for the people. For the people. There we go. So Drew, this line right here, I need to make sure we kind of match. All right, so say things.
Say things.
Yeah, say more things.
How am I sounding? How am I coming through?
Well, you're very quiet because you put on your announcer voice. You're hosting.
All right.
There we go. That's what I wanted to see. Okay, so yeah, I want to match where you're at. Okay,
cool.
What milestone is the next mega live stream? 10K. 10K. I don't want to. If I do this every 1,000, I'll be exhausted. Okay. Oh, are you trying to share a link? Yeah, if you're okay, hang on, you guys. Hang on. We can't start yet. View on YouTube. I think I can go in on YouTube and go to, let's see, add moderator. Befuddled Panda is now a moderator for your channel. Congratulations. There you go. Okay. Are you happy? You should be happy. All right. Now then, Drew, shall we?
Let's do it.
Okay. So this could be a mini episode. We don't have to go for a full hour. If we only go for, 20, 30 minutes, whatever, I'll be satisfied. So, yeah. But we've got our topics and here we go. Welcome everybody. Oh, no, don't, no. Oh gosh, I hate this. Welcome everybody. Welcome to the Legendarium podcast. Take 2 on that one. All right. So today is very, very weird. But I hope it's fun. People really seem to enjoy the Wheel of Tangents episodes, and so we're going to do one of those today. But here's the catch. I've got with me Drew from Inking Out Loud. Drew, say hi.
How's it going, everybody?
Now, people are going to get awfully sick of you and I doing podcast episodes together, but frankly, I don't really care because it's fun. It's fun. So here's the deal. Right now, we are live streaming on the Legendarium YouTube channel. I have been live streaming now for 3 hours and 45 minutes with a 10-minute break in there somewhere. So this has already been a mega stream, and this is for the 4,000 mark on our subscriber count. Okay, so thank you everybody for subscribing. If you haven't done yet, you should go do so and enjoy some fun videos on the Legendarium's YouTube channel. But during this live stream, I decided it might be fun to do an entire episode front to back and show people the process of how this goes. And so I don't think you'll be able to watch this later, unfortunately, because YouTube only uploads the first 3 hours of your stream. But for those enjoying this live stream right now, you will get to see the entire process. And I'll do it again, maybe the next time we do one of these mega streams, I'll do the same thing again. But anyway, Drew, you and I are going to do a very simple, very straightforward Wheel of Tangents episode. We're going to address a few randomized topics from the fans, and then we'll show them the entire process of editing an episode, packing it up, and publishing it, and how it all goes. So,
sounds good.
You ready?
Yeah.
Now, I should also mention, obviously, that people can check out Drew at iolpodcast.com. Is that right?
Yes.
Oh, I got it right. So the Inking Out Loud podcast, it's similar in a lot of ways to the Legendarium, just more structured and interesting and fun. So you should go check it out. But I should say it's similar to what we do. You guys just cover some different books than we do. So
yeah, and my co-host and I are both writers, so we kind of approach our analysis from a little more of a like kind of breaking down the gears and mechanisms of storytelling. So it's a little, that's where that more structured thing comes in.
Right. Yeah. Anyway, so if you enjoy what we do, then go check them out, and vice versa. Yes. So, Drew, all right, let's spin the wheel, and we've got a few topics. And what I'll do, we have four. I think it's 4 topics. And what I'll do is I have 8 wedges here on the wheel of tangents, and whichever one the mic points to, it'll just be like 1 and 2, 3 and 4, 5 and 6, or 7 and 8. Okay, does that make sense?
Yeah.
So we'll do 2 wedges per topic. All right. So here we go. Spinning the wheel. What's the mic going to point at? It's on 3 and 4. So that is subgenres. Okay. So this is a listener question. What makes a subgenre great? And by the way, for those of you in the chat still, let me know if I'm getting the question wrong or if you want us to nuance it up a little bit. But what makes a subgenre great? I know the wording was slightly different, so somebody can correct me there.
Yeah, I think it was like, what makes one of your favorite subgenres great?
Okay. All right. Now, Drew, I kind of want you to take this one first because I don't want to immediately go into my rant on subgenres as a concept. So why don't you take this one first?
Okay. I am going to go with... I'm going to go with military fantasy. And I'm going to specifically talk about Glenn Cook. And... Okay. I think there was an explosion in fantasy writers in the 80s where you got a lot of, especially American authors, men who fought in Vietnam and came back and were unsatisfied with the kinds of stories that were being told in terms of fantasy. And Glenn Cook kind of led the charge in terms of bringing story down from the standard high fantasy about kings and princes and prophesied heroes and gods and whatnot. He said, I want to write a story for the grunts. I want to write a story for the guys whose boots are on the ground. Mm-hmm. And one of the defining aspects of this subgenre is the bond of brotherhood in arms. And I love that sort of exploration of relationships, how, the constant danger and the monotony of the life of a soldier forges a very specific, unique sort of bond between warriors, between soldiers.
All right. Yeah, that's good. I mean, how many times, you and I have known each other for, 2.5 years-ish now. How many times do you think you have told me to read Glenn Cook? In 2.5 hours. What's the number? Let's quantify this.
Oh, at least a dozen.
That's you, boy. You're being awfully charitable to yourself here. So that one doesn't surprise me. Oh, excuse me. Wow. I'm dying here. This is what happens when you stream for 4 hours and then record an episode, right?
Yeah.
Okay. This is a bit like Drew when we did our Wheel of Time thing at 3:00 in the morning.
Oh man, that was rough.
Okay. A subgenre that I really like. I don't know if it's like my favorite subgenre, but a subgenre that I really like is space fantasy. And I'm making this distinct from science fiction. And so those who love making distinctions like this, they already know about this distinction. But Star Wars is not sci-fi. just because it has lasers doesn't mean it's sci-fi. It's space fantasy, right? Very little actual science goes into the making of a space fantasy. And I love this subgenre, and what makes it great. Why do I like it? Well, because the whole concept of space, like one of the things that I love so much about stories, any story set in space, is the frontier aspect of it. The idea of exploration, limitless possibilities, et cetera, et cetera. You get where I'm going with that. And so the space fantasy just kicks that up another notch and just says, hey, as long as we're exploring and breaking all the rules and having fun out on the frontier, let's really go for it. So Drew, I know you're a huge fan of the what are they called? What's the thing, the Cytonic Skyward?
Skyward Cytoverse,
series. The Cytoverse. That's a Sanderson series set in space, and it's very much space fantasy, right?
Yes. Oh, yes. Especially after this most recent book.
Right. So it's just magic and, telepathy and all sorts of, just like, there are no rules here. Let's just have some fun in space. I don't know. I really like that aspect of the subgenre. So, as long as we're talking about Star Wars, you guys have done a bunch of Star Wars novels on your podcast, like the X-Wing series and whatnot.
Yeah.
Where it's like, you love them, but you have to suspend your scientific mind and say, like, no, this is not how dogfights in space would work. Right. I'm not reading Joe Haldeman or who was it that we did? Oh gosh, what was the name of it? Lost Fleet, Jack Campbell, Lost Fleet. That's very much like, this is how space battles would actually work. And it's awesome, but also a lot more boring than reading an X-Wing novel. So
yeah.
Anyway, yeah, there you go. How's that? That's my my subgenre.
I like it. That's a good choice.
All right. So I think some of the chat is agreeing with me that space fantasy is good. So good. Awesome. What you meant to say, says Brian Weingard, is that The Expanse is more specifically sci-fi. Oh, I don't know. Maybe somebody else was talking about that. But yeah, like something like The Expanse, they do try to make it more scientific. And don't get me wrong, that's awesome. I love sci-fi. I'm not trying to say like I don't like sci-fi. This is why I like space fantasy. So there you go. All right, Drew, what do you think? Should we spin again?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. I forgot to even put that one on screen. All right. And this is 1, 2. So this is reading Burnout. Reader Burnout. Drew, I burned out so hard. I guess I'll take this one first. And let me know, folks in the chat, let me know what specifically you want us to get into. But I guess we could talk about, like, why do we burn out? How do we get out of it? What has caused us to burn out? I burned out so hard after Rhythm of War. It was rough. Like I could barely pick up a book after Rhythm of War.
Any book at all, not just Sanderson.
Oh yeah, no. I all I wanted to do was watch a screen for like 6 months. Like movies, I watched so many movies, so much TV because I couldn't pick up a book. I was so burned out. So for those who don't know, Rhythm of War, 4th book in the Stormlight Archive, and there are door stoppers, and then there's the Stormlight Archive, where each book is 3 novels in one, in terms of length and structure. Well, sort of structure.
As well as a novella and a half dozen short stories.
Yes, correct. So these books are crazy huge. And I was Ryan and I got the advanced review copy so we could read it ahead of time and have an episode ready to go on the podcast. And it's great. But I was like, you know what? It's been a few years since I read the other ones. So I did a reread of the entire Stormlight Archive. And then we got the advanced copies, and I had like a week, if that. I think I had like 3 days to read the Rhythm of War.
Yeah, I think you were out here visiting.
That's right, when I started. Yeah. And so it was like every waking moment was consumed with the Stormlight Archive, and that caused my burnout. Have you ever had something similar happen to you?
So not to that extreme, but Rhythm of War Sanderson Burnout was real. We did all of Mistborn Era 1, 2 or 3 of the Arcanum Unbounded novellas, and then read all 4 books in Stormlight plus the Stormlight novellas for Inking Out Loud leading up to the release of Rhythm of War. On top of that, I did the beta read for Rhythm of War, and the gamma read for Rhythm of War, and the beta and the gamma for Dawn Shard. So 2020 was just this avalanche of Cosmere, of Brandon Sanderson. And when I finished, recording our Rhythm of War episodes, I was like, I have no desire to read another word written by Brandon Sanderson. and it got to the point where even though I really enjoyed Starsight, when the word came down that the Cytonic beta read was happening, I told Peter no. I was like, I'm going to sit this one out. I can't do it. And it took me until the beta read for The Lost Metal a couple weeks ago, where I was able to read and enjoy Brandon Sanderson again, almost a year later.
Yeah.
But I read a lot of other stuff in the meantime.
So you burned out on a specific author.
Yeah.
I just had general burnout.
Yeah,
which is rough when you do a sci-fi fantasy book club podcast.
The only time I've ever had a real burnout was after reading Book of the New Sun by Gene Wolfe, where everything else just felt bland after finishing Citadel of the Autarch. And I tried to pick up 3 or 4 different books, and I was like, this sucks. This is boring. And it took me a solid month before I read another book after that. And that was Brandon dropping Bands of Mourning and Secret History on the same day.
Oh gosh. That was a heck of a day, wasn't it?
Yeah. That time Brandon secretly wrote a novel and a novella.
So I got to skip past that and ask you, what did you do about it? What do you do about it? And what should people do? And so if they experience burnout. And this is for, I should say real quick, this is for those of us who have what I'm talking about, long burnout. Apparently Starcast is on here and says that this is relatable. I don't have long burnouts, says Starcast, but Rhythm of War was my longest one. Read it in 3 days, and the next 3 I didn't read anything. That's short burnout. I'm talking more about long burnout. What do you do if it's like, it's a month and I can't seem to get back on the horse?
I don't know if I have a good answer to this, because it's only happened to me once, and Brandon Sanderson came in to save the day. Where there was the hype that got me past the critical reading, block that I had.
Yeah.
But in terms of preventing burnout, I think my approach is similar to how Brandon Sanderson writes books, where he doesn't burn out on writing because he's constantly moving in different projects. He doesn't write 3 Stormlight books in a row because that would burn him out. Right. He writes a Stormlight book, and then he takes 2 years off to write a YA book and a middle grade book and then another Cosmere or whatever. He's kind of keeping the creative wheels turning, and I do a similar thing where I'm reading at minimum 3 or 4 books at a time, and with Inking Out Loud, I have very specifically planned out our episodes. So if you go back and look, even though we've covered some really long series, Wheel of Time, Dresden Files, Cosmere stuff, every 4 or 5 episodes or so, you're going to see a that series episode pop in.
Yeah.
Where I'm constantly shuffling through, here's a standalone, here's the first book in another series that we're going to finish down the road. Here's a novella, or I'm making sure that we're not just stuck in a rut of reading the same thing over and over, and then eventually hitting a wall where you just don't care anymore, or you're not interested in reading. You're not excited to pick up a book.
Right. Well, here's how I have dealt with it, and how so this Rhythm of War Burnout for me was really recent. And I've already told people on the show, like I think I referenced this when we did our first Prydain book, the Book of Three. But the reason we picked up those books was because of my burnout, where I picked up Brian McClellan. And please don't think that this is any sort of reflection on Brian McClellan. It's not. It's a reflection of my burnout, where I picked up The Promise of Blood, I opened it up, read the first couple chapters, and just couldn't care. And it wasn't about him. It was not about his book. I just couldn't bring myself to care because I was so burnt out. And so I went to Ryan and said, we should do Prydain. And the reason I said that is because it's simple, it's short, it's a kid's book, and it's something that I already knew. So I'm not saying this is the way that everybody has to do it, but just something that people can consider. If you're like super burned out and you just don't want to pick up the next thing, do a reread of something that you read earlier in life. Which is, I think, a good way to help get over burnout in just the nostalgia. Like, okay, it's a comfort food. This is, it's this comfort blanket that that helps me to, feel like safe and fun with reading again. But also, I love the idea of rereading something from your earlier years, because it can be a valuable exercise to see what's different, what's changed about you in the time since you last read the book. So it's like, it's useful, it's fun, and it can help with your burnout. I don't know. That's my idea.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't that what you did with Magic Kingdom for Sale? Didn't we read that right after Rhythm of War?
I believe you may be right. Yeah. And I think I read that book for the first time when I was like 11, maybe something like that. Like, yeah, exactly. So there you go. And it didn't quite cure it, so I needed to go all the way back to Prydain. But things are a lot better now. But my burnout is a lot better.
That's good.
It looked like you were about to say something. You go ahead. I'm gonna check the chat, see what other people are saying about it.
No, yeah, that was definitely the Magic Kingdom for Sale was my point. Although, yeah, in chat, I see somebody saying they're shocked at how many times I've read Kingkiller. Yes, I have read Kingkiller a lot. I haven't touched it in a long time because of everything around Patrick Rothfuss these days. I'm not spending my time waiting for authors to write new books, because there are so many other books out there for me to read.
Indeed.
Not to say that I never reread. I just don't reread nearly as often. And I have found other series that I like more than Kingkiller. That it's like, if I'm going to spend the time to reread, I'm going to go sit down and pick up The Axe of Cain or The Black Company or something like that. So
yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's Burnout. Best of luck to people with Burnout. It's a real issue. I can't say that I'm wholly cured yet, but it might finally do it for me. I was just telling people on the chat before you came on, and I'll say it again. Drew and I both beta read the new The Lost Metal, book 4 from Mistborn Era 2. Okay, so Wax and Wayne, book 4, we've both read it. And we can't tell you anything about what happens in it, but we can tell you that we read it. And the thing I think that is finally going to cure me isn't having read the book. It's going to be how much fun I'm going to have watching people read the book next year.
Yeah.
Like, that might be the thing that finally shakes me out of my long-term feeling of burnout. So there you go. All right, so let's take that one off. All right, let's spin there's only 2 more possibilities, Drew, but we'll see which one we land on. This is actually working out really well. 7, 8.
7, 8.
All right. So, and I liked this one. Drew, host of Inking Out Loud.
Yes, sir.
You're forced to do an episode on a certain book. What are you praying it's not? Okay, now, as you think about your answer on this, let me set this up a little more here. I'm sitting currently in the Legendarium studio. Okay, it's this delightful structure that was built in my backyard by myself and my father, who was couldn't have done it without him, but I also couldn't have done it without the help of our generous patrons. We did a pledge drive, or not a pledge drive, just a donation drive, and the way that we did it was. We kind of had a list of like, all right, here are 5, I think it was 4 or 5 series that we think we'll probably get to. and you can vote for which one we should do next. And the idea was this is not a democracy. It's a straight up plutocracy. So the more you give, the more you vote. Every dollar you give is a single vote, and that is why we did Narnia on the show. Because people were coming in, they're like, "Hey, here's $5. I want you to read this thing. Here's $10." There were some really generous people giving $20, $30. Somebody comes in and drops, I think it was like $300 or $400 on Narnia. They really wanted us to read Narnia, so which was fine. Like I love Narnia. I wasn't super excited to do it on the show though. It wasn't like I wasn't praying that it wouldn't be Narnia, but it was the one I was least excited about from the list that we had. And somebody was like, "Do Narnia. Here's $300." And then some other people came in and ended up, it ended up Narnia had like 500 or 600 votes or something like that. It was crazy. So this has happened, and thanks to that, we built the studio, but we had to read Narnia, the one we were least excited to read. Okay, so what would be yours? What do you think?
So I want to talk about the question first before I get into this, because there were two questions, kind of two similar but not quite the same questions that we had options. One of them was, what series will you never read?
Oh yeah.
And then this one is, what are you hoping you don't want to do? For Inking Out Loud, especially, those are wildly different questions, because just because a book is bad or not enjoyable to read for me doesn't mean it's going to be a bad episode of Inking Out Loud, because there are going to be things we can dig into in terms of writing style and structure. Why is the story not working? Why do we think it's a bad book? Honestly, one of my least favorite books I've read this year was Ready Player One, but that was one of my favorite episodes we've ever done. And that was a raucous time. It was so much fun recording that episode, but I hated the book. So having
can I go out on a limb? I can't remember if I listened to that episode. I'm betting Rob loved it.
Rob, I don't think he loved the book. He
liked
the
that
movie.
I hate that stupid movie, but I love the book. So anyway, we could have some fun talking about that.
Yeah, we that one was also a Patreon recommended thing, but it was my coworker, another Rob, who
made you
forced us to read it, and I forced him to read it with us and come on the episode. So it was great fun. But so my answer to this question, so a roundabout way to get there, but it would be a book that is uninteresting in what the author's doing. It would be something that's just standard tropey, maybe something like the Belgariad. I feel like I just wouldn't have much of the interest to say about the Belgariad.
All right.
A book sort of like that, I don't think would make a good episode of Inking Out Loud, and I wouldn't have fun talking about it.
I think that's fair enough. If it's me, okay, you're forced to do an episode on a certain book. What are you praying it's not? Let me look at my bookshelf over here. I think I've already talked about this earlier on our mega stream here, but it might be Inheritance by Christopher Paolini. There are some others I think that might make the list, but yeah, let's stick with that one for now. And here's why. I do have some good things to say about Aragon and that series generally. I am not out to just crap on the series or whatever, but I have tried so many times to read Inheritance and I just can't do it. I can't do it. It's not happening. It's not a thing that will ever I think I've tried at least three times to finish the book, and I just and it's not like I throw it away in disgust. I get so bored and I'm so uninterested that I forget to come back to it. And then 3 months pass and I'm like, yeah, okay, never mind. And so if you're forced to do an episode on a certain book, what are you praying it's not? I'm praying it's not that one, because I'm afraid of what would happen if I actually tried to force myself through through that entire series again. So there you go. Starcast says anything that goes into the more steamy territory of fantasy romance. I just can't read it.
No Kashiel's dart for Starcast.
I actually don't. I don't have a problem with that. I used to listen to This American Life a lot. Did you ever listen to that show on NPR?
Once or twice. I haven't in a long time.
Yeah, but you're familiar with the concept of This American Life. So it's a radio show for those who don't know. And they just do a ton of different stories, so they'll do 15, 20-minute segments on these different stories. And sometimes they'll get to a story where they'll put a disclaimer up front and say, just as a heads up, in this segment, we do acknowledge the existence of sex. So and that's their way of, I've always loved that formulation. And I kind of feel that way when I read a book with some sexiness in it, where I'm like, it's okay, I'm an adult, I can acknowledge the existence of sex. I'm not Ken. It's okay. It's okay. So yeah, I don't really have a problem with that myself. So anyway, all right. Little Red says, so do a Chuck Tingle book. I'm shocked I didn't get fired one day for I was reading the descriptions of Chuck Tingle books at like in the cafeteria at lunch one day, and we were all just dying laughing. All right. So
it's a time-honored tradition, just reading the titles of Chuck Tingle books aloud to your friends who don't know about Chuck Tingle. It's
exactly
unbelievable.
It's so funny. Reading we read an excerpt from the one about the the helicopter that's making love to a stegosaurus. No, it's a different one. Oh, yeah. Anyway, it's really hilarious.
That is not safe for work, LRB says.
No. Okay. Do we have the last topic? And we can go for just, I don't know, a few more minutes here, I guess. Bookshelf organization. This is a topic that somebody threw out, and it's the last one on the list. I don't know how much we're going to have to say about this on an audio podcast without actually looking at a bookshelf. But Drew, just, in a couple of moments, tell me, by author, by genre, by series, by color, is it all alphabetized? What do you do?
By author and by how much I like the series. So
there's a place of honor on your bookshelf. Is that right?
Behind me here on the screen, you can see there are two shelves kind of perpendicular to each other. The one facing us, that is my Brandon Sanderson shelf. Basically, those are all the leather bounds on the top one, and then there's a couple other shelves, and then down at the bottom, it's some miscellaneous books. The one that's facing away, that one is the non-Sanderson, my favorite authors. That's where I have Glenn Cook on the top shelf, Gene Wolfe on the top shelf, Matthew Stover.
I love how these are literally top shelf authors. You might as well label one of them. It's oh yes, this is the Glenmorangie 15. This is the 30-year Ardbeg, whatever. I don't know.
Yeah, that's this is my signed advanced uncorrected proof of The Land of Cross by Gene Wolfe. But yeah, so I go by author and by how much I like it. Genre doesn't really matter.
Have you ever counted your books, Drew?
No.
Okay. Yeah, I did a count. I want to say it was late last year, maybe. And we, in our household, we ended up, I want to say it was about 1,200 copies of just various books. I guess it was more than that, because I would count each copy of The Lord of the Rings as one, even though it was sometimes 3 different spines. So yeah, a lot of different books. That being said, so I only say that to say we have a lot of books for a 21st century young married couple. We have a lot of books. And yet I know my collection. It's not so many that I don't know my collection. So I have never felt that much of a need to really carefully craft out my bookshelf organization, just because I know where it all is. I don't know. Maybe call me crazy. The one thing I will say is that I do have a shelf dedicated entirely to books that we have read for the podcast.
Yeah.
And so not just a shelf, but I mean like a whole series of shelves. What are we getting? Some comments? I haven't even been looking.
Matt just dropped in to say he's impressed people have time to read.
Oh no. Matt is here. Matt, Matt, tell me in the chat if you want me to send you a link. We'll bring you in here. You can come hang out. You don't even have to host. Yeah, but I would gladly bring Matt in here. Okay, Drew, shall we wrap this little Wheel of Tangents up?
Yeah.
I hope people enjoy it. People seem to enjoy when we just kind of shoot the breeze about random topics like this. So let us know on Discord, on the Facebook comments, or what the socials. I don't know, all the different places. YouTube is what I was trying to say. Let us know what your answers to all these questions would be. I am genuinely interested in hearing. I spend most of my Discord time in the episode discussion channel. And even if I don't talk a ton, I love reading people's comments on the episodes we put out. So I'll be interested to hear what everybody has to say.
And I want to find out if there are any psychopaths in Discord, who sort by color of book or something like that, just so I can be aware,
Is that's not a thing for you?
I remember seeing some article in like a home living magazine that was talking about how you should rearrange your books by color, and I was like, this is a person who does not read. Like they treat books as trophies and decorations, not as things to consume.
Yeah. Well, people let us know. Go to thelegendarium.com. You can find a link to Discord. Go to iolpodcast.com. I bet you guys have a link to your Discord as well. We'd love to hear from people there. Regardless, thanks for listening, and we'll see you next time.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, so that is done. Let me grab our my invite button here. Let's say copy to clipboard, and let me see if I can get Matt Hatch.
Yeah, sounds like he's got a couple of minutes that he can jump in.
Yeah, if he can jump in for 5 minutes, that'd be awesome. So let's see, Matt Hatch is okay. So Matt, if you're still watching, I just sent it on Messenger. So if you're able to pop in, that's great. If not, no worries. Okay, but let's get rid of that. We'll come back. So for those of you waiting to watch the editing of the episode, we'll do that in just a couple minutes. We've been going for 4 hours and 20 minutes now. I think we're going to make it to 5. That was, I was wondering if there was any remote possibility that would make it to 5 hours. And I think we're actually going to do it. We're waiting to see if Matt shows up. Drew, what's the new mood lighting color?
Ooh. Oh, you got to go teal. Teal.
Okay. Yeah. We did teal a while ago, but I do like that one. Let's do it again. Yeah. How's that? Teal? All right.
Love it.
Okay. Mood lighting.
In case anybody wants to know what Drew's favorite color is.
Oh, is it?
Yes.
Okay.
So actually, I'm gonna pop out of Riverside.
Okay. Yep. That's fine.
But I'll stay in StreamYard.
That's fine. Yeah. Do your thing.
Yeah. I just got to mute.
Oh, did you close it? Oh, shite.
StreamYard real quick, so I can hear Craig again.
That's okay. You left before we got your audio.
It's
all uploaded. Oh, hang on.
You're muted. It's still going.
Oh, you're muted on me.
Oh.
Hang on. I still can't hear Drew, but now I can hear Matt. Hey, Matt.
Can you hear me?
Oh, I can't hear anybody.
I can.
Am I crazy?
Hold on a second. It might be mine. You can kick me back out.
No. Can you? Oh, because I muted. Hang on. Yes. Okay. Drew just figured it out. I needed to unmute my tab. Thank you, Drew. Good heavens. Hey, Matt. How's it going?
Good. Can you hear me? You're good?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So, let me know if you're getting reverb in there. I didn't grab some earphones.
Oh, that's fine.
So
you're good. I'm glad you're here, Matt, because we wanted to make sure you got some practice with streaming on YouTube. Just make sure that you're ready for when you hit it big as a YouTube streamer, right?
You guys have been going for 4.5 hours.
Yeah, that's true. So the reason we're doing this is we hit 4,000 subs, which
awesome.
is a weird number to celebrate. But I had promised a big stream at 3,000 and didn't deliver. So
Gotcha.
here we are at 4,000. I'm doing a mega stream. Anyway, so glad you're here. So Matt, tell everybody what you're working on right now, just in case there are people here watching who it would be remarkable to me, but there may be people who don't know what the Dusty Wheel is up to right now.
The Dusty Wheel does live call-in talk shows about the Wheel of Time.
But
So
sure, but what's going on these days, Matt?
Sure. So I host the official The Wheel of Time on Amazon Prime after show, and you can go watch our first 2 episodes on Amazon Prime Video YouTube. I got to interview Marcus Rutherford and Zoe Robbins. And then as part of those, we have kind of a panel of fans that come in. And so Critter, Rhythma, and Daniel Green are on that panel. And that's been a blast. It's been a blast.
Yeah. So basically the thing I've been comparing this to is you're the Talking Dead for the Wheel of Time. And you said official, Matt. This is Amazon sanctioned.
Yeah, this isn't. I'll show you the. They're certainly partners with us here. The ones you would want to go to, look up Amazon Prime Video. Just type in Amazon Prime Video in the search bar for. So yeah, go to their video channel there. There you go, and then just scroll down a little bit. You'll find it. So,
Okay.
just scroll down to the homepage.
Oh, I see a little Wheel of Time logo there. Yeah.
So they'll tell you about that, and there's the 2 episodes right there.
Yeah,
there you go.
Right
Oh my gosh, it's amazing.
Yeah, that is pretty darn cool, Matt.
It is. Let's be honest. That is amazing and very cool, and it's very humbling to see that for sure.
Yeah. No, Drew and I have both done your show. Kind of more back when you were just starting and you had time for peons to come on.
Whatever.
And it was a lot of fun. So I hope people are familiar with your channel and check it out.
Yeah. Those interviews were fun. The partnership there has been great. The fact that they bring in fans and have been part of this is just, it says a lot about their outreach, regardless of what you think their motivations are. Just the fact that they would reach out here and, do this is pretty cool.
Look at you go, Matt. Look at you go.
Yeah, it's got to be gratifying to see your 20+ year master plan starting theory land with the very specific end goal in mind of being on the Amazon Prime.
This was in 1997. I said to myself, I should start a community right now based on who I don't want to ruin anything about the book. So based on theories from the Wheel of Time, and the master plan was that one day Talking Dead for the Wheel of Time.
There you go. Yeah, it's really cool. No, I'm just I'm tickled pink for you guys. I just think it's the coolest thing that you got to do it, and it's weird to say this because your channel is so much bigger and more influential than mine, but I'm really proud of you guys and watching how you built the channel and built your studio and built your capabilities and built your audience to the point where you were able to do it. It's been really, really cool to watch.
Yeah, no, it's been fun. I appreciate that. No, it's again, nothing that we actually just because you want something and you work for it doesn't always mean it turns out. And in this case it did.
Yep.
And so it's pretty damn cool. I will not deny it. It's just fun.
Yeah. No, anybody who says that luck isn't involved in something like that is lying to you.
Yes. So. Totally. Absolutely. And I will freely say that this was a surprise and just a really, really nice surprise. Way to wait to the end of the year, honestly. Yeah. So,
well, Matt, anything else you want to say to the people before you call it for today?
No, I just want to tell you guys nice job on the 4K. And honestly, like a 4-hour live stream that's pretty intense. So the fact that there's still people around here watching, that's good.
What's the crazy thing is that we started with 10, and then every hour it bumps up another 5 people.
There you go.
And I've never understood why this is. I would always figure it would be the opposite. People would drop off, but we accumulate people. What's remarkable, the most remarkable thing is how boring my 4-hour live streams can be. Gotcha. But we make them work.
Yeah, I feel that pain. Yeah. Well, congrats again, and looking forward to 5K here. And Drew, awesome to see you, man.
Yeah, good to see you too, Matt.
We should We need to figure out, and obviously we have to do the metaphysics episode. We keep on talking about.
We
keep on threatening that metaphysics episode.
Yeah.
So we need to do that, and then I need to have Craig back. I don't think Craig wants to talk about metaphysics real time.
There's nothing I like more than metaphysics in the.
But I do want to get. Craig, I want to get your thoughts on the TV show, and I haven't watched your reaction stuff that you've done with Drew. So I need to go. Should I do that, or like have you come on and?
Nah, you should just have me come on.
Thoughts?
Nah, don't waste your time. don't watch content, Matt. Make content.
Exactly. That's the problem. I don't get to actually like see as much as I do, creating as much. So no, thanks for letting me jump in, and congrats. Just want to say hello.
I appreciate it, Matt.
And goodbye, guys. Good luck on the rest of the last half an hour.
Okay, see ya.
See you. Yeah, bye.
All right, man. I love that guy.
Yeah, always great when Matt comes around.
Okay, so let's see, what was I gonna say? Okay, Drew, are you able to pop back into Riverside?
Yeah, I still have the tab open.
Oh, you do? Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah, it's uploading. It's at 89% now.
Oh,
it's just
okay,
going
cool.
very slowly.
So for those curious, all right, let me pull this back up. Drew, I'm curious, and the answer, it's okay if the answer is no. Oh, you just closed it.
I'm rejoining the studio.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's okay if the answer is no, but are you going to stick around for the live edit of this episode, or are you going to go, read a book or something?
Yeah, I think I'm going to go read a book.
Yeah.
Unfinished. Why is it not?
Let's see. So there's okay. Anyway, I was just going to show people, like, once we're done, I can send, like, I think I did this on Twitter last time. So let's share this with the world. Let's see what happens. You know what? Let's do one with the wheel. Let's do a wheel. Just do that. That's a decent one. Okay, let's share this with the world on Twitter. Is it the right one? Yeah.
I don't know why it's not continuing the upload. That has me a little worried now. I can't see any status of it, so
no problem. All right, so this is good radio, Drew. This is what I do.
Yeah.
I send this to Drew. Wait, what's your email? No, don't tell me your email address. I'm gonna take this off the screen. Okay.
Yeah.
Chat me your email address.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. And then all I do is I send Drew an email, and then there's going to be a link in there. If you open up that link,
to restart the download,
it should
or upload rather.
Yeah, it should finish up the upload. And then once you're done, or once that's done, then I'll do the live edit with people here for the last little bit of this stream. So,
cool. Yeah, I just messaged you in StreamYard.
Yep, got it. You should have the email now.
Awesome.
So for those still here, what we're going to do, I mentioned this before we started recording the episode. I'm going to take an episode from front to back. So we talked about, we planned, I feel like I'm doing this a lot lately. We planned an episode. Just imagine reading a 400,000 page or word book for it. So yeah, you plan the episode, we recorded the episode, and then I'll do the edit in just a moment here. So, and then we're gonna go all the way. We're gonna post it. It'll be done. Okay.
It is moving.
Oh, okay, cool. So if I go there, view recordings. Oh wow, it really did restart.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's annoying. It's 12% right now.
Yeah, no worries. Okay, yeah, just leave that browser window open for me, and you're good to head out whenever you want.
All right.
Any final thoughts for the people after you've been on here for like 2 hours, man?
No, have I really? Oh my gosh. I guess
maybe
we could
maybe like an hour and a half.
Yeah, we recorded like a 40-minute episode, so
yeah.
But no, yeah. Thanks for having me on again. It's always fun. Always fun to do a little wheel of tangents.
Yeah, absolutely.
And check out Inking Out Loud.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. IOLpodcast.com.
Yeah.
That's Drew, get that. That should be a reflex now. IOLpodcast.com. Anytime somebody mentions you.
part of it is because I don't manage our website directly. So episodes don't get posted on our website immediately the way they do when they just show up on, your whatever podcast streaming platform you
Right.
prefer. But yeah. So good times, and enjoy editing an episode.
Oh, I will. Yeah, I will. Absolutely. All right, Drew, have a good one.
See ya.
Oh man, guys, this is so much streaming. Okay, where are we at with this? Let's turn this back up. There we go. Somebody said, yeah, that's right. Little Red, don't forget to plug the legendary meetup. I have a lot of times. Okay, so I've been doing it a lot, but I'll do it again. Everybody go to Portland, Memorial Day weekend next year. I think, what is it, May 28th and 29th, I think we're doing, if I remember the dates right. Little Red will be furious to hear that I have forgotten to get the deposit in for our venue, but I'm sure it'll be okay. I just need to get in touch with them tomorrow. Okay, so yeah, everybody go do that. We're Red, what should I say? It's not just it's a meetup. We are doing some official programming. We have a venue that we'll be at for a few hours. But it's like we'll be there for 5 or 6 hours of programming. We'll do some panels, live shows. I'm hoping for a special guest or two, but I won't promise anything until I hear more about it. But it's going to be a riot of a good time. So if you're a Legendarium fan, and even if you're not, if you know somebody in the Portland area who would like to meet up with some other fantasy sci-fi book fans, then yes, it's going to be a ton of fun. Portland, May 28th, 29th next year. Would love to see you. Oh boy. Oh, is Bart back? Oh my gosh. I've been streaming for a long time. That's how you know you've been streaming for a long time. What I really want to see right now is okay, so I'm in Salt Lake City. Here, let's blow this up so you guys can see it. Let's see where you all are. There we go. All right, we got our time zone calculator. Okay, where is everybody? Little Red, you're in Portland ish. So we'll put Portland. Let's see, anybody on the East Coast? We'll do Atlanta. That's Jordan Con. Atlantic time? Yeah, we'll just do Atlanta. All right, so 4 p.m. there. Here, all right. And let's see, is Lady Sweden still with us? Let's just put Stockholm on there. 10 p.m. Oh boy, we're pushing it. Let's do. How are people doing out in Australia? Let's do Sydney. I don't know where our Australian listeners are actually located, but 8 a.m. in Australia. Hey, just before work starts. I hope we have some of our Australian listeners. This was my goal. My goal was to go so long that anybody in any part of the world could join in for some of this live stream. That was the goal. I honestly, I got to be honest, I'm kind of proud of not just myself, but all of you guys for how long we've been able to keep this going to meet that goal. And I feel like we have. I'm really happy about that. So there we go. All right. Apparently the upload is complete. So I'm going to check. Yep. Got it. We've got Drew's audio. So if I show you back on the screen here, let's do it this way. So I've got some recordings from previous episodes. Like we did one with Daniel. Here's some stuff with Jack doing Dune episodes. We use this when we do anything remote. Why am I 540? That's very strange. 720. Oh, I think that's just the live quality. It should still be 1080p when we export it. Anyway, we'll worry about that later. So yeah, as soon as that's done transcoding, we're gonna grab the audio files from that, and we're gonna edit an episode. Have you shown off your StarCraft 2 skills on stream? I don't know if I'm gonna do that. I can't imagine that would be very interesting for people to see. And I lost a bunch of games yesterday, so I don't know. Maybe that means I'm due to win a couple. tell you what, we'll get to the we'll get to the end of this. We'll publish an episode. It'll be there in your podcast feeds. That's how we'll know that this stream is over and successful. And when that is done, we will. When that's done, maybe we'll play a round or two of StarCraft just as a relaxing time to finish up. So, even though that's the least relaxing game of all time. Okay. How do people sign up for the Portland, Oregon meetup? What a great question. Let's go to okay, let's go to thelegendarium.com. Here we are. How do people sign up for the Portland, Oregon meetup? You come to thelegendarium.com, and right up here, Legendarium Con. I don't love that because it's too grandiose. But if you click on that, because it's just a meetup, we're just hanging out. We do have to pay for the venue. We're going to pay for some food for all of us that day. During the 4 to 10 p.m. window, we'll have dinner. So we are asking for $50. Just little. I know Little Red is mad at me because I'll probably end up losing quite a bit of money on this, but I'd rather not charge any more than that. But this will help us defray the cost of the meetup. So yeah, you just all you do is send $50 our way. You can do it Google Pay or do a credit card, and as long as I can get that deposit in, that's where we're going to be meeting. So yeah, that's it. That's the entire process of how you sign up for the meetup. All right. So, you guys, it's done. Will there be a live feed for the meetup for those who can attend? I haven't decided yet. I imagine we probably will. But I also, I want to make the event somewhat exclusive. So maybe like for part of it, we'll do some live feeds. And maybe for part of it, we'll turn the live feeds off. I just want to make sure that it's not like for those who paid $50 and traveled, that the same thing isn't available to people who didn't do that, if that makes sense. I don't love being exclusive, but I also don't love the idea of absolutely no exclusivity when people are kind of there for that in a way. I don't know. So we'll see. But yeah, I would assume at least part of it will be. That's a good question, though. Okay. Let's see. Ask for 500% of what you need. Yeah, that's right. So with the markup, your ticket is only $600. Okay, so yeah, we're not going to do that. All right, let's do this. We've got an episode all ready to go. So let me show you what I'm going to do. I'm going to download. First, I'm just going to download the waveforms from me and from Drew. Okay, good. Then I'm also going to go. This is what I normally do when we publish a video episode. I keep this unchecked, right? Okay. We're going to give me number one priority because it's my show. Damn it. No, we. Oh yeah, select all. That's fine. Okay, so next, and then this thing is going to do some of the video editing for us. It's pretty slick. We want some gaps. I don't think we want anything for the background image. Should round it a little bit. Yeah, that looks kind of nice. Okay. Oh, you know what? No, let's do AI speaker view. Yeah, this is better. Where it'll automatically switch between the two of us. When one person is talking, the other person kind of gets shunted up to the corner, and that looks good. So now, we want it in 1080p. Great. Wheel of Tangents number 10. Normalize. Remove background noise. I don't think that was much of an issue, but yeah, let's take that off. And export it. So, awesome. That's processing. So, we can edit a video episode out of that. Yeah, maybe we'll just do that. We'll just make a video out of it. All right, so. Oh boy, we got Drew left, then Matt left, and then Drew left, and over a third of our participants left. I'm just glad the rest of you are still here. Okay, so I'm just going to pull up Adobe Premiere. We'll make a video out of it. Oh, you know what? No, we're not going to make a video out of this because I will not be able to export it while we're streaming. So that's going to create a problem. All right. Yeah, we're just going to do audio only for now. Okay, so let me pull up Adobe Audition. Okay. Okay, we've got our downloads here. Sorry, I'm just getting everything set up so that it will actually work when we try to do this. Okay. So, let's get going on this. Okay, so here is our magical editor. We're going to pull in some audio. We've got Craig and Drew. So I'm going to drop this in there. And then let's create a new multi-track. Okay. Let me double check something real quick. Okay, yeah, I just didn't want to make sure I gave away the farm. when I was sharing my screen here. Go to this one, podcast. Audition files. Great. Somebody pop into, can you look up Wheel of Tangents on our, no, I'll just do it myself. Look up Wheel of Tangents, see how many we've done. I think this is number 10, but it might be number 9. See, is there anybody who can figure that out for me? I can look it up in just a second. Okay, 44.1, that's good. All right, so now we've got a multi-track. Now, we're going to drop me in there and Drew right in there and double check it. I know you can't really, you probably can't hear that, can you? Can you, let's see. No. Does it bring in sound for you guys? Let me know. I'm not that worried if it hasn't. Where's Kip? Yeah, Kip has been in here, but I don't think he's in here at the moment. All right. Yeah, let me know if you can hear that and if you care. But we'll just go fast through this anyway. So let's see. I'm going to combine these tracks. Let's group those together. All right. So that way, when I move them around, they move together. Okay. Trim that off. So you can see how I always get a little embarrassed when I see how much of a conversation I tend to dominate. But I'd say Drew got some stuff in there, so that's all right. Okay, so that sounds good. Let's check the end, make sure not much of a tail on this. Okay, cool. There we go. Now then, now that we've got that, that's our episode. We just need to add some music to it. This isn't going to be the best sound quality because we didn't use our good mics here. We used the online version, but that's okay. It's good enough. I'm not that worried about it. Okay. It is Wheel of Tangents number 10. Thank you, Brian. Appreciate that. That's awesome to know. Okay, so now we've got our. Let's do our. You know what? No, let's not do the main intro outro. No, yeah, we'll do it. That's fine. Nobody's gonna watch this. When I do the main intro outro, this is the music that the music that we replaced our original with. And I was really excited to find this music, but I can't monetize on YouTube with this music, which is a bit of a bummer. But honestly, we're not big enough where that's gonna make much of a difference. It'll be a few bucks difference probably, if that. So now we take the intro, outro music, drop that in. And for all of you editing geeks out there, I'm sure there's faster ways, but I'm just kind of taking it slow and showing people in a slow way the process. Okay. And also, I keep mixing up my hotkeys with Premiere. All right. So this is the Patreon stuff. You can probably kind of hear that through my headphones, huh? Okay, that's a good place to drop it in. Okay. Let's drop that. Let's give it a little softer. Okay, that's looking good. And we don't need that entire bit of theme music. Yeah, we'll give it. Okay, cool. So our intro is done. In fact, oh, whoa, 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 whoa. What is happening? We can grab those, group them together. So now those are stuck. All right. Now we take the outro, send that over to the end. Okay. And we'll see where that ends. Good. I like that. Maybe we'll, yeah, do a little less. Oof. Okay, let's get back over here. We'll fade in right around here. Should be good. Okay, cool. Like it. Done. We don't have to do this, but you can group it all together. And that way, if I accidentally move some part of it, it moves the entire episode. All right. So, and then this is the, so somebody said, yeah, some players are kind of funky. Yeah, there's a lot of royalty free music out there. The trick is finding good royalty free music, and I don't mean to throw any shade. I don't know anything about it in Computex, but yeah, it's finding good royalty free music that will fit like our aesthetic. I guess it's tough. Oh yeah, so Brian said don't cut too much tail. So this is one of the weird things about Audition. You can see like there's some extra space here at the end, just like if you want to drop in some more clips, then great, you can. But the problem is if I export it right now, it'll show up as an episode that's like 36 minutes long or whatever. And it'll just keep playing. Or no, it won't keep playing. It will finish, but it looks like it's going to go for 36 minutes. It's just bizarre. So I hit that. It trims all that off. I don't know why it does that. It's the strangest thing. So there we go. All right. So I'm going to export this entire session. And we're going to, oh, hang on. Let me get rid of that. Sorry, guys. Oh, whoops. Wrong button. Oh, hang on. Let me put it back. Put it back. There we go. Okay. So we're going to export. We'll go to the Legendarian podcast. We're doing MP3 episodes. And we're going to call this, was it 332? Love tangents mixed down. We're on 44.1. 128 is fine. Okay. MP3, 128. Good. Now, oh, good. It is going quick. When I was trying to export video while we were streaming earlier, and it just would not do it. It takes too much GPU usage, and it wouldn't cooperate. So there we go. All right. So now we're good there. Okay, so now that we've got a file, I'm going to drop that down. We'll go to Podbean. I don't want you to see my password. Sorry, guys. And there we go. All right. So show that again. Okay, here we go. Here's the episode list. This is kind of our back end. Let's do a new episode. I'm gonna choose a file to upload, or can I just drop it in? I wonder. Oh, there we go. Yeah, that'll work. Okay, so I go to D drive, podcast, 53 episodes, Wheel of Tangents. All right, should we do some art for this? I don't know for like what kind of art is gonna work for this. Let's go to Canva. Check out my designs. Let's just do this will it's whatever. Yeah, we'll. Oh, you know what I'll do? I'll do this. I'll just make a copy. Okay, and we're gonna get rid of that artwork, and let's do this. Okay, because I think somewhere on here I've got the Wheel of Tangents, like a photo of the. No, maybe I don't have it on here. I don't know. We'll see. Should we bother? Maybe we shouldn't bother. Honestly, maybe we just stick with this as the episode artwork. I think that's fine. Okay. Number 332. Wheel of Tangents. Number 10. Okay. Let's see. Live episode during the YouTube Megastream. Let's see. For viewers, I guess viewers. Because you're all viewers right now, right? Viewers submitted topics for the wheel. Let's see. Yeah, we'll just call it that. That's fine. Okay, so now I'm going to pop in here, make sure I get all the right links. We've even got the Inking Out Loud link there. That's great. Drop those in. Uncheck these boxes for ads. I can actually, if I check those, then sometimes you might have heard on some previous episodes where it'll do, they'll just drop in random ads during our episodes. And I experimented with that a little bit, and it made us like 17 cents on one episode or something. And I was like, yeah, that is 100% not worth it. So let's see. Do I have the Wheel of Tangents on here? No. Is there something that just says random? Whatever. Sure. Yeah. There's our tag. All right. So this will get uploaded to YouTube. It won't be the actual video that we saw, but I can always replace that later with a full video. But I think we're good to publish. All right. How are we looking? Let's see. Oh, yeah. Somebody's saying Audacity is great free software. Yeah. We used Audacity for I think the first 3 or 4 years of the show, something like that. And it's great. It did everything we needed it to do. When I got access through work because I was doing some video editing. So I got the whole Adobe suite, and then I switched over to Audition, and it took me a little while to learn it. But once I learned it, it allows me to do more faster. So do I need to use Audition? No. But it allows me to do more and faster than Audacity. So I like it quite a lot. But yeah, whenever somebody asks me, hey, I'm starting my podcast, what should I do? Like, what software do I need? I'm like, all you need is Audacity just to start. All right. Let's see. We good? I feel like we're good. Let's just go ahead and publish this. Okay. So publish. There we go. Hey, how about that? Wheel of Tangents, number 10, out into the world. There we go. That was fun. That's done. Oh, no, wrong button. All right. You guys, how are we feeling? How are we feeling about that? Was that at all interesting? I mean, was 5 hours of podcasting at all interesting? Chances are no. All right. So now when we pull up this page and yeah, I definitely hit refresh on the wrong screen. Sorry, guys. I definitely hit refresh on the wrong screen. Where are we? Share screen, share that. There we go. There we go. Let's see, hide that. So now on this screen, I should be able to refresh. There it is. Wheel of Tangents number 10. Does this mean Drew has been on 3 episodes in a row? I don't think he's allowed to be on the next one. Like, seriously, Drew, no more. That's my fault. There we go. All right. So there you go. Wheel of Tangents. Okay. Nobody's here to admire my beautiful face. I can guarantee that. Okay. So, you guys, we in 2.5 minutes, it will have been 5 hours since I started this stream. And I'm so glad that you all came to hang out. I'm going to keep going. Who was it? Somebody was asking about StarCraft. Yeah, I'm probably just going to play StarCraft anyway after this. And so if anybody wants to stick around and hang out, you like video games, if you like esports, I am going to be on the ladder. So it'll be competitive in that way. Hardly professional, but competitive at least. And so it should be fun. Brad's heading out. Hey, glad you're here. Man, you were here a long time. Yeah, really appreciate it. Thanks for coming to hang out. Yeah, I'll let this go for a few more minutes. We'll wait till we roll over into the 5th hour. And then we'll just chill out, play some StarCraft, and we'll do that for another 30 to 60 minutes and call it good. Never played StarCraft before. Oh man, it's delightful. So somebody else can let you know about the lore and the rules behind it, I guess. But yeah, we'll play a little bit. StarCraft, the first StarCraft came out in 1998. It was the game of the year in 1998. And had some expansions, but never got a sequel until 2011. Is that right? No, it would have been 2010. Gosh, I don't know. I think it was 2010. So 12 years between the original and the sequel. But StarCraft 2 is the one I play now. Yeah, and that's what we're gonna play. All right, so let's see if I'm missing out on anything else. Oh, hey, Daniel Green is he's doing an AMA. He's doing a live stream. Copycat. Are you kidding me? Daniel Green's copying me? Unbelievable. All right. Okay. Is there anything else, like any other housekeeping I should do? I mean, you guys have heard it all already. Anybody who's still around has heard all the housekeeping at this point. So, yeah, if anybody new pops in and is like, "Why are we watching him play StarCraft?" Then you can just say something like, "Just cause." I don't know. Is this even going to work? Because if I don't think it's going to give you the sound, you guys. So let me see what happens if I pull up the game. Oh gosh. Oh, that's awful. That's terrible. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, okay. Yeah, there we go. So I'm assuming this sound does not go through for you guys. Is that right? Panda, thank you so much for hanging out. And yes, thank you for modding. Let me know if that sends through this this audio. I kind of doubt it does, but if it doesn't, it kind of defeats the purpose of the game, if I'm being honest. But no sound. What about Okay. I'll tell you what I'll do. Yeah, no sound. That's not gonna work, is it? Okay. Hang on. Okay. I'm gonna do a little investigating. What's this thing? StreamYard. That's what I'm streaming through. StreamYard. Sound. Share. Okay. Sharing desktop audio. Okay. Okay. So hang on. Let me try this again. Let me see if I can. Okay. So stop screen. Okay. Good. Okay. So now I can share screen, share screen 2, share system audio. I think that might work. Okay. I think this might work. No, we want to share screen 1, share system audio. Okay. There we go. That's fine. That's fine. Now we can do that. Okay. Now tell me if that sounds more like it's coming through. Ooh, Little Red, you should plug your own stuff. David Brin episode just dropped. Fantastic. That's cool. Okay. So yeah, tell me, is the sound, does that sound more like sound is coming through? No, really? No, still not coming through? It should be at this point. Still no SE2 sound. All right. Yeah, it must be something to do with this, just the program itself. So yeah, I don't think it's going to let us do it. Oh, well, no worries. Oh, wait, it did? Now there is. Oh, okay. You guys said it did come through. Oh, boy. Yeah, let's do it then. Okay. Okay. Yeah. If there's sound, great. If you can hear all that, then I think we're good. No music. Yeah. Yeah. Let's turn on some music. There we go. We don't want it to be too loud. Okay. Hooray. All right. So we'll play a few rounds of this, and then that'll finish up. I mean, the stream's already done, but if you want to hang out and do this, I was going to say, for those of you still in the chat, people who log in are going to be like, why or what is going on? Why is he playing a video game? You can tell them they missed out on 5 hours of other streaming, of relevant streaming, and now we're doing this. So, so I leave it in your capable hands. All right, we're going to do some ranked ladder matches. And let's see. Oh, you know what? I just realized like I'm in the wrong corner. Can I? Oh wait, can I move my screen? No, I can't. So yeah, let's do it this way. Okay. So that you can see the mini map. Otherwise, I'm blocking the mini map. All right. So yeah, if you're not familiar with it, it's a real-time strategy game. Build an economy, destroy your enemies, hear the lamentations of their women, whatever else Conan might say.
SCV ready. Yep. What's going on? Ah! You scared me. SCV ready.
Oh, well. Okay.
Big job, huh? Yes, sir.
Additional support.
I should do Conan sometime. Oh, can you guys hear me talking at all? Like or is the game sound too loud? Let me know, because it's super loud in my ears.
SCV ready. What's going on? SCV ready.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so what I'm looking for right now is to see. Yep, he's going double gas.
Go ahead.
So we could have a lot of
Big
enemy
job,
units to
huh?
deal with pretty soon. Oops.
I can't build here. Huh? In the rear with the gear.
Command center upgrade complete.
Bad news.
Add-on complete.
SCV ready. Go ahead. Big job. SCV ready. Go, go, go. You gonna give me orders? Aye, aye, sir. SCV ready.
Hopefully they'll be popping out in time.
Huh? This better be good. You got it. Armed and SCV ready. Been waiting on you. Orders received.
Sucker. All right.
SCV ready. Want a piece of me, boy? We could use some help here. That's fine. This better be good. Will do. SCV ready. Sure. Been waiting on you.
Base is under attack.
This better be good. What's going on?
That's fine, honestly.
Gangway coming through.
Base is under attack.
Bad news? What's going on? Yep. This better be good.
Add-on complete.
What's up? You want a piece of me, boy? By the number. This better be good. Bad news? We could use some help here.
Oh boy, they're really,
Waiting on you. Gangway.
really lighting me up here.
It's go time. SCV ready.
Base is under attack.
Show. Big job. Who won? SCV ready. This better be good. I'm on it. Been waiting on you. Armed? Let's have a blast.
Not enough minerals.
By the number. 10 more. SCV ready. Who wants some? Sure thing. I'm on it. Go time.
Research complete.
SCV ready. Go ahead. Big job. Bad news. By the numbers, boys. You gonna get me? Gangway, coming. Let's have a blast. Sure.
Time's a waste.
By the, this better be good.
See.
This is not going well.
Gangway, coming through. Who won? Been waiting on you. SCV ready. Let's have a blast. SCV ready. What's going on? ready.
It's about to get heavy.
By the number. Sure. SCV ready. Can't wait.
Just say
Been waiting on you.
time's a wasting. Let's have a blast.
Add-on.
Who wants some?
Not enough.
SCV ready. You gonna give me orders? Oh yeah. By the numbers.
Mineral field.
SCV ready.
Why not?
Research complete.
Big job, huh? SCV ready. What's going on? I can't build here.
Not enough energy. Mineral
Hey,
field.
what?
Add-on complete.
SCV ready.
Research complete.
That's fine. Got it. Go ahead.
Ready for dust
Job.
off.
SCV ready.
Mineral
You
field.
want a piece of me, boy? Who wants some?
Not enough minerals.
SCV ready. Been waiting on you. Affirmative. Armed and ready. SCV ready. Orders received. Who wants? Go ahead. We could use some help
Not
here.
enough minerals.
SCV ready.
Ready
All
for
right.
Not
dust
enough
off.
minerals.
We'll see what he's been doing in my absence.
Waiting on you. Where's the emergency?
Armed. Who wants some?
Additional supply.
SCV ready.
Somebody, get me out of this mess.
That's not what you like to see.
Additional supply depots required.
I'm in a world of hurt.
Don't do that. Well, hallelujah.
Don't leave me hanging.
Not
Go,
enough.
go, go!
Not enough energy. Not enough energy.
Shoot. Who wants some?
Picking up
better
or
be
dropping
good.
off.
You armed and ready.
Not enough energy. Our SCV's base is under attack.
Oh, that's not good.
Ready for dust off.
Mineral field.
All right, we'll call it there. Eh. All right. Yeah, we'll turn the sound down a little bit. Defeat! Oh, no. Master. Yeah, that's probably fine. All right. Let's call that good. Okay, so yeah, that guy, yeah, he got me a little bit. I might have seen that coming, but oh well. Yeah, my attack there was bad. There's my armor value. He just murders my army right there. Was he? He was all in. He was all in on 2 bases. Yeah. Okay. It was Markuverse. Ah, now we got a Protoss. We got a different guy. Same map though. Same spot. By the way, especially during the early stages of these games, you are welcome to ask me stuff. I'll try to keep track of the chat and answer.
SCV
I just
ready.
can't guarantee it.
Go ahead. Huh? You're the bomb. SCV ready. What's going on? Ah! You scared me. Bad news? Go ahead.
Additional supply.
SCV ready. Will do. In the rear with the gear.
Never trust a probe. No, of course.
SCV ready.
They think they're being clever.
What's going on?
Cool.
SCV ready. Bad news?
Oh, he actually let it finish.
Insufficient vet.
SCV ready.
Not enough minerals.
Ah!
Oh, whoops.
Not enough minerals.
Yo.
Not enough minerals.
Oops.
In the rear with the gear. Big job. Huh? Ah! You scared me. What?
Add-on complete. Command center upgrade complete.
SCV,
Alright,
go,
let's
go, go! In the rear. SCV ready. Armed and ready. We hear you. SCV ready.
Not enough minerals.
This better be good.
Not enough,
Gangway, coming through.
not enough minerals.
Go, big job. SCV ready.
Yeah, last time you played, there's no countdown. Yeah, they added that 2 or 3 patches ago, and it
Command
really
center
threw me off for a
upgrade
while.
complete.
But I'm glad they have it
Armed
now.
and ready. Go, go, go! This better SCV ready.
Oops.
Who wants some? SCV ready. Gangway, coming through. Go ahead.
Add-on complete.
All right, so that guy's going to patrol because he might try to jump up into my base right here, and that's really annoying.
Not enough minerals. Not enough energy. Not enough mineral. Additional supply depots required.
Roger. What's going on? Gangway, coming.
Not enough minerals.
SCV ready.
Oh, it's on.
SCV ready.
Not enough minerals.
SCV ready.
Oh gosh, we're way oversaturated there.
Gotcha.
Our SCVs
Ah,
are under
crap.
attack.
SCV ready.
Let's have a blast.
Our SCVs are under attack. Our SCVs not enough minerals.
You gonna give me orders?
Not
Yo, you want a piece of me, boy?
not enough energy.
Gangway, coming through. You got it. We could use some help here.
Not enough energy. Our SCVs are under attack.
Yes, sir. I can't build here. This better be good. Been waiting on you. Got it.
Man,
What's going on?
dealing with some cheese today.
Not enough minerals.
Craig, I thought you liked cheese. Oh no,
SCV ready.
he really messed me up.
Not enough minerals.
You gonna give me order?
Ready for dust off.
You scared me. SCV gangway coming through.
Not enough energy. Add-on. Not enough minerals.
Been waiting on. Father, SCV ready. SCV ready. Oh, sure thing. This better be good. Will do. Ready. SCV ready. SCV ready. Been waiting on you. In the rear.
Insufficient SP gas.
Huh? Bandit. What? Ah! Go ahead.
Add-on complete.
Who wants some?
Oh yeah, I'm screwed.
You're gonna give me by the numbers, boys. This better be good. Gangway coming through. Don't let me hang you.
Man, you guys, this is frustrating. Oh well, we'll play a couple others. Yeah, he's got that cheese down to a science. Look at that. Bam. Army value just goes crazy. And I just didn't see it coming. Oh, wow. Okay. Terran Protoss and then Zerg. I get to lose to all three races in front of you guys. This is my worst matchup. So, at least it's a different map, though.
Man, what's going? Bad news, huh? Go ahead. Ah! You scared me. SCV ready.
Not enough minerals.
SCV ready. Big job, huh?
Additional supply depots required. Not enough minerals.
SCV ready. What's going on?
Send him up to scout.
Move it. SCV ready. SCV ready. SCV ready.
Yeah, Vexer's saying there was no. Oh no, Winty was saying last time you played there wasn't the countdown. There's been a lot that's changed. Somebody did a mod that did the like original StarCraft 2,
Command
like
center
as it
upgrade
was when it first
complete.
came out, so you can play the original again, and it's like it's rough compared to how it is now. I was shocked. Oh no, that's not good.
SCV ready.
That means he's probably coming at me.
What's going on?
See what we've got going on.
Go, go. Huh? Go ahead. SCV ready.
Okay.
Yeah, whatever. Armed and ready. What's going on?
Oh gosh, did I really forget my factory? This is amazing.
You scared me.
what happens when you play for an audience.
By the numbers, boys. SCV ready. In the rear with the gear.
So that means we'll have time for some Marines.
Add-on complete.
SCV ready. You gonna give me? This better be the Reaper. SCV ready. Huh? Who wants some?
Command center upgrade.
SCV ready. Fair enough. What? You want something? What's it worth? Gas from above. SCV ready. Done.
There's the Bane Nest.
What?
Add-on complete.
It's a fast lair.
I'm going. SCV ready. Ready to raise some hell.
What is he doing?
You gonna give me orders? SCV ready. Oh yeah.
Let's see.
Additional supply depots required.
Word. What? You want something? Right. In the rear with the gear.
Additional supply depots
Gangway.
required.
Coming through.
Oh wait, that's not right.
Big job, huh? What's going on? Ready to raise some hell.
Additional supply depots required.
Bad news? Go ahead. Bad news?
Add-on complete.
That's fine.
Our SCVs are under attack.
Who wants some? You got it. SCV ready. Gangway coming through. Gas from above. Ready to raise some hell. SCV ready. Certainly on the way. Absolutely. Right on. Burn rubber. SCV ready. Let's do this. Smoke it. Ready to raise some hell.
Okay.
Bad news? Go ahead. Who wants some?
Not enough minerals. Research complete. Additional. Not enough minerals.
SCV ready. This better. Talk to me, boss. Armed and ready.
Additional supply depots required.
Oh, dang it! I didn't want to do that.
Light it up. Ready to raise some hell. SCV
Ready for dust off.
What's going on? Are you ready for this?
Add-on
Go, go,
enough
go.
energy.
Word. All day ready to raise some hell. SCV ready. I'm going here. Let's do this. SCV ready. Focus. Daylight burning. All day long. Talk to me, boss. Go ahead. By the numbers. Go, go, go. Big job, huh?
Okay.
You want a piece of me, boy?
Research complete.
Bad news? Ah! Who wants some?
Ready for dust off.
SCV ready. Gangway coming through. Hell, I'm waiting on you. Burn rubber.
Liberation.
SCV ready. I'm going in. Pedal to the metal.
Ready for dust off.
This better be good. Who wants some?
We have you on screen.
Armed and ready.
Veteran
I can't
Come
build
on.
here. You gonna give me orders?
Liberation is at hand.
Ready for dust off.
Oh, it's on.
Your forces are under attack.
Here's your stuff.
Go ahead.
Let's have a blast.
Talk to me. On my way.
Upgrade complete. Additional mineral fields
Oh,
required.
it's on.
Not enough minerals required.
Ready for dust off.
We're returning
Not enough
fire.
minerals. Not enough minerals.
Been waiting on you.
Additional supply.
Go ahead.
All hands to battle stations.
Sure thing. Sure.
Don't leave me hanging.
Mineral field depleted.
Oh, it's on.
Your forces are under attack. Mineral field.
Boom, baby.
Hmm.
We could use some help here. This better be good. By the numbers, boy. Who wants some? SCV ready. Got it.
Likewise here.
Add-on complete.
This better be good. SCV ready. Roger that. That's fine. Anyway. SCV ready.
Kaboom, baby.
Additional
This
supply
better be good. We could use some help here. You got it. Go, go, go.
Additional add-on. Additional supply depots required. Additional supply depots required.
This better be good. By the numbers, been waiting on you.
Additional supply depots required. Additional supply depots required.
Got it. Outstanding. You got it. That's fine.
Additional supply depots required.
Sure. You gonna give me orders?
Mineral field depleted.
Been waiting on you.
Mineral field depleted.
I'm on it. Armed.
Mineral field depleted.
Aha. Hey, Bart, thanks for coming on. Hope I didn't miss you. Oh, well. Yeah, let's go kill him for fun.
Depots required.
Gateway. Coming through.
Additional supply depots.
Kaboom, baby.
I did that on 3 bases. That's not supposed to be okay.
Mineral field depleted. Additional supply depots required.
God, I was not paying attention to my supply at all, was I?
By the numbers, boy. Show
Mineral field completed.
outstanding.
Additional supply depots required.
Affirmative.
Upgrade.
I can't build here. That's ready to blunder. SCV ready. Go, go,
All right.
go.
Reporting.
Oh boy, what do we think? One more? Call it good? Yeah, they had Aspire. They built all the tech. They just didn't have all that many units to go with it. I generally suck versus Zerg. This guy was a little lower ranked than I am, so that's probably why. That is not my best matchup for sure. Oh boy. Oh. Boy, if this game goes long enough. Oh, hey. Wait, was that the same guy? That's not the same guy, is it? This game goes long enough, I could end up streaming for 6 hours. But we will make this our last one. You guys have any last questions for me? Throw them in there.
SCV ready. Bad news? Big job, huh? What's going on? SCV ready. Ah! You scared me!
Additional supply. Not enough minerals.
Yeah, it is definitely the last one. I've been sitting in this chair for a long time, and I am ready to take a break.
SCV ready. In the rear with the gear. Roger.
Keep forgetting that needs to stay over there.
SCV ready. SCV ready. SCV ready. Go ahead. Yes, sir. Huh? Big job, huh?
Not enough.
I can't build here. Ah! You scared me.
Command center upgrade complete.
The Grim Reaper has arrived.
Nice freeze frame.
SCV ready.
Insufficient Vespine gas.
SCV ready. Got something from... What? You want something? Yes, indeed.
Yep.
All right. On the way. Agreed. SCV ready.
Please don't hurt me.
I'm going. Oh, yeah, baby. Fair enough. SCV ready. Hear me. Oh, that's all? Nothing I can't handle.
Okay, good.
SCV ready.
Add-on complete.
Go ahead. Huh? SCV ready.
Oh, I bet he's gonna get speed in just a second.
Yes, indeed. Been waiting on you. This better be good. SCV ready.
Add-on complete.
Talk to me, boss. Got something for a meeting. SCV ready. I'm in a heap of trouble.
Dang it.
Who wants some? SCV Gangway, coming through. Ready to raise some hell. Go ahead. I can't build here. SCV ready. Ah! You scared? You want a piece of me, boy? In the rear with the SCV ready. Ready to raise some hell. I'm waiting on you. SCV ready. This better be good.
Reporting for action.
Armed and ready.
Perfect.
SCV ready. Ready to raise some hell.
All right.
Go ahead. Who wants some?
Let's see if we can ruin somebody's day.
What? You want something? I'm going.
Eh. Ah,
Death from above. Big shot. Go, go, go!
Not enough research complete. Not enough minerals.
Ready to blunder. Certainly. SCV ready. All right. Nothing I can't handle.
We have you on screen.
dang it. That sucked.
Ready. I'm going in.
As you say.
Been waiting on you. Ah!
Not enough minerals.
You want a piece of me, boy?
Oh, that's not going to work. Okay.
Ready to SCV ready.
Add-on complete.
Who wants some? Gangway, coming through. Big job.
Add-on complete. Research complete.
Armed and ready. SCV ready.
Add-on complete. Command center upgrade.
SCV ready. Who wants some? This better be good. It's about to get heavy.
All hands to battle stations. Flight plan is locked. Initiating.
You want a piece of me, boy?
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Armed and ready. Let's have a blast.
Unacceptable landing zone. Research complete. Add-on not enough minerals. Additional supply depots required.
Been waiting on
Additional supply add-on complete.
It's on.
We're returning
I'm in a heap of trouble.
Huh.
Hell, Gangway. SCV ready. Order. SCV ready. Who wants some? SCV ready. Ready to raise some hell. Go, go, go. Armed and ready. Yes, sir.
Mineral field depleted.
You gonna give me orders?
Additional supply depots required. Mineral field. Additional supply depots required.
Go ahead.
Additional
Let's
supply
have a
depots
blast.
required.
SCV ready.
It's go time.
Can't wait to hear it. Light it up.
Time to waste.
By the numbers.
Say the word.
Got a whole lot of love. Are you ready for this? Ready to raise some hell? I'm waiting on you. Well, you gonna give me
Ready for
orders?
dust off.
SCV ready. Daylight burning. Waiting on you. Ready to raise some hell? Let's see, we could use some help here. Go, go, go! I'm in a heap of trouble. Go, go, go!
It's go time.
Sure. Want some? Gangway, coming through. You gonna give me orders?
Boom, baby.
Ready for pickup? Dropping off.
Just say when.
You want a piece of me, boy? Your ball.
Upgrade complete.
Boom, baby.
Mineral field depleted.
Gangway, coming through. This better be good. Go ahead. Who wants some? What's going on? You're the boss.
Mineral field depleted.
Armed and ready. Ah! You scared me! You want a piece of me, boy?
Additional supply depots required.
Go, go, go! This better be good.
Mineral field depleted. Command center upgrade.
It's about to get us. Let's have a blast.
You gonna give me orders? Armed and ready. Sure thing. Go, go, go! Can't wait. Gangway, coming through. Armed and ready.
Let's have a
Mineral field depleted.
Ready for dust
Who
off.
wants some?
Well,
Go, go, go! This better be good.
Let's do that.
Base is under attack.
Right.
Let's have a blast. Oh,
Add-on.
Gangway, coming through. That's
ready for dust off.
SCV ready.
Mineral field depleted. Your forces are under attack.
You gonna give me orders? Not you.
I'm in a world of hurt.
That's fine. Roger that.
I'm in a world of hurt.
Ready for dust off.
Wait.
I'm in a world of hurt.
Yes, sir. Armed and ready.
Upgrade complete.
By the numbers, you want a piece of me, boy?
Let's have a blast.
Oh, yeah. Go. We could use some help here. You want a piece of me, boy? Gateway, coming through. You gonna give me orders?
Mineral field depleted.
Talk to me.
Your forces. Mineral field depleted.
Armed?
Mineral field depleted.
Want some?
Upgrade complete.
That's fine.
Mineral field.
Ready for dust off.
This better be good. Boy. Who wants some? Armed? Got it. This better be good. Orders received. House.
Density geyser exhausted.
Oh, it's on.
Mineral field depleted.
Life flight here. Dust off.
This better be good. Big wait. Go.
Oops.
Can't wait.
Oops.
Gateway, coming through. You want a piece of me, boy? Go.
Ready for dust off.
You got it. That's fine. Gateway, coming through. This better be good. Armed and ready.
Mineral field depleted.
Yes, sir. I'm on it. Look at that. Gateway, coming through.
Mineral field depleted.
Orders?
Command center upgrade complete.
We could use some help here.
Density geyser exhausted.
Sure thing. Orders received. This better be good. I'm in a world of hurt. You're gonna give me order one, son. Ready to blunder. And ready. This better be good.
Talk to me.
Gateway, coming through. Affirmative.
Mineral field depleted.
Got it. Sure. Why not? Who wants some? Ready to blunder. You gonna give me orders?
Mineral field depleted.
You scared me. Go.
Somebody, get me out of this mess.
Sure.
Mineral field depleted.
Heading out. Loud and clear.
Ready to blunder. Armed and ready. Who wants some? We could use some help here.
Base is under attack.
Go ahead.
That's fine.
Been waiting. Made for battle. Go. You ready for war? This better be good. Let's get into the fight. We
Base
could use
is
some
under
help
attack.
here.
Additional supply depots required.
Sir,
Our SCVs are under attack.
can't hold them alone. Who wants?
Additional supply depots required. Base is under attack.
Can't hold them alone.
Additional supply depots required.
We could use some help here.
Additional supply depots required. Additional supply depots. Base is under attack.
We could use some help here. Fighter flight.
Additional supply depots required. Additional supply depots required.
Armed and ready. Armed and ready. Sure.
Dresden geyser exhausted.
Been waiting. Who wants some? Ready to plunder. Oh, you want a piece of me, boy?
Additional supply depots required. Additional supply depots required.
Roger that.
Dresden geyser exhausted.
Orders received.
Additional supply depots required.
Really?
We could use some help here.
Additional supply depots required.
Ready to plunder.
Oh man.
Bad news? Huh? You gonna give me orders? 10-4. Who wants some? This better be good. Get heavy. Can't hold them alone. Let's get into the fight. Who wants some? Armed?
Ah, there we go. Boy, that was rough.
Sure thing. You gonna give me orders? Yes. Mission systems prime.
Ready for dust off.
This better be good. Go ahead. We hear you. In the rear with the gear. Want a piece of me, boy?
All right. 3 minutes to midnight. Isn't that like a band name or something? All right, everybody. Thanks for hanging out. We did 5 hours of real streaming and then an hour of boring video games. So yeah, appreciate you guys coming by, and yeah, hopefully everybody else say goodbye already. All right, I'll see you guys later. Thanks for coming.